Greetings, greetings, greetings. Hello all. Welcome to the live. Today we're going to be talking about predestination and free will. Just waiting for more people to come up on here. And we'll talk about predestination and free will. If anybody in the meantime wants to share their experiences about the paranormal, spiritual, or even paranormal, feel free to hit the guest request to come on up. If you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and shares, it helps out the algorithm. And I have some bears up there. It's only a pure donation, only if you feel inspired to do so, like anything else. And sometimes I do give intuitive information that you'd have to pay for by other people, but I do what I can to help everybody, because the knowledge should be given freely, not paid for. So I do what I can to help humanity and everybody around me and everybody here on this live, because you guys are the heartbeat. You guys are the energy that flows through this live. So hello, welcome. Today's topic is going to be about predestination and free will. We're just waiting for more people to come up in the live. I hope you like the scenery. I changed it up a little bit. I hope you are well today too. It's great to have you here, energies. Mischanged your name 15 times. It's great to have you here. We're going to be talking about predestination. Yeah, I hope so. You keep changing around. Predestination, and we're going to be talking about free will. We're just waiting for more people to come on, and the show will really start going on. But in the meantime, if you want to share a story about the paranormal, spiritual, or extraterrestrial, feel free to hit the guest request to come on up and tell your story and share it with others, because sharing is caring, and a lot of people like to hear, "Oh, well, thank you, that's cute, I've never seen that, I'm honored, thank you." And a lot of people, thank you, Susan. A lot of people don't feel safe, and they're judged on on what they think and what they experience. We don't do that here. We have mods that will remove those people if they get out of hand. A lot of people like to hear and share their experiences to learn, and have interesting stuff happen. So it's great to share. If you have any stories about the paranormal, spiritual, or extraterrestrial, hit the guest request, come on up, we'll talk about that. But in the meantime, our major discussion is going to be about spiritual, predestination, and free will. That'll be a little bit later on, but now we're just waiting for people to show up now. So if you have any stories to share, feel free to hit the guest request, come on up. If you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and shares, it'd be pretty cool to do, and I appreciate it, because it helps the algorithm. And if you want to donate, that's cool too. It's part of the participation within TikTok, because once you get if you get some gifts going here and there, it actually helps with the algorithm. they'll be like, oh, well, the live must be really liked because they're gifting a lot. So they'll bring more people into the room. And all part of the TikTok atmosphere that they want to, show everybody. Hello, it's Handsome. Welcome. Great to see you here. We're going to be talking about predestination, and we're going to be talking about free will. That's going to be later on, after we get a few people in here. We're just waiting for them to show up now. But in the meantime, if you want to share a spiritual, paranormal, or an extraterrestrial story, feel free. Thank you. I'm honored. We'll start to talk about that stuff. But in the meantime, does anybody have anything they want to share? Hello, Mary. We're going to be talking about, the topic for tonight is going to be predestination and free will. We'll talk about that later on when more people come in, but in the meantime, I want to know if anybody has any stories they want to share about paranormal, spiritual, and oh, the Emerald City. That must have been cool. That's cool. You know what I've been seeing? I've been seeing freaking triangle ships. Different kinds of triangle ships. I've been seeing them for the last 2 weeks. I don't know why, but I keep seeing triangles. There was a triangle ship. There's a triangle ship with a spear in the middle of it. It was like a planet in the middle of a ship, and it was people on the planet. And they weren't humanoid. They were kind of like, they looked like fae. I seen them the other day. When I went up in this ship, I was told more stuff about certain things. Some of it I can't talk on TikTok about because people get offended. So if you want to have that discussion, we'll Facebook me after, Messenger or whatever, and we'll talk about that. But I have some experiences that I had the other day about some information that I can't share on TikTok because people get offended. And, and I don't want to infringe on anybody's beliefs, because, they live in one reality, I live in another, so I don't want to cause animosity between anybody. I'm here purely for love and light, and I'm not here to cause chaos between anybody. I want to share this love of humanity and the spiritualness that's within all of us. Yeah. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the live. We're just waiting on people to show up here. The topic for tonight's going to be about predestination and free will. So if you want, you can stick around and wait for that discussion. But we're waiting for more people to show up now. And in the meantime, we have people hitting likes and shares and donating somewhat if they can. And I'm asking everybody if they want to share any stories about the paranormal, spiritual, or extraterrestrial stories. Even visions and dreams, any kind of stuff like that. You can feel free to come up and hit the box and, come up and share it with anybody if you feel like you want to. No pressure, no pressure at all. And, you know, if people need help, you know, I'll feel free to answer questions. I'll answer questions, but, you know, you don't have to give me a galaxy to tell you. I'll tell you for free, because knowledge should be given freely. All I ever encouraged is, you know, if you want, you can donate whatever you can or whatever you feel like, because, you know, it helps me. That stuff there helps me a lot with paying for different apps and stuff, and getting creations and stuff, and, you know, stuff to help out everybody else. So if anybody feels free, you know, you can hit the guest request, come on up and share a story or experience. But in the meantime, it's going to be about, the main topic probably will be kicking off at about 9 o'clock when people get in here. We're going to be talking about predestination and free will. Yeah. So that's going to be the topic for tonight. Does anybody want to come up and share an experience? You know, I hope you like to change the scenery. I change it up some. Hello. Welcome to the live. We're talking about stories about paranormal, spiritual, and extraterrestrial. And the topic for tonight, later on, is going to be about predestination and free will. But we're just waiting for people to show up now, because, you know, in some parts of the United States, some people are eating supper or just getting home. So we're giving them time to, you know, prepare themselves. Makes me wonder where everybody is. Usually some people are around on by now. Hello. Welcome. Hello, welcome, welcome. It's pretty slow today. So anybody have anything they want to share? Hello, 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 welcome. Welcome to the live. We're going to be talking about predestination and free will. If anybody has a story to share, hit the guest request, come on up and we'll discuss that. And we'll make sense of it and help you if you need help. You know, we're here to guide and share these experiences with other individuals. Hello, Tinker. How are you? I would say mods look in the back room, but I don't want to take somebody else's thunder there. So if anybody has anything they want to share, feel free to hit the guest request, come on up, share your stories or in your encounters or whatever your experiences. I really would love to hear it. And when a lot of people show up on here, we're going to be talking about predestination and free will. Hello, Callie. Welcome to the live. Thank you for the gift. That was much appreciated. Does anybody have any spiritual stories they'd love to share? Paranormal or extraterrestrial, feel free to do that. And when people show up, we'll talk about a topic, which will be about predestination and free will. Because we're here to bring the light to the world. And how we can lead by example. I would say to Trina or Diane, if they could go back into the den, you'll see something there. But in the meantime, anybody got anything to share? Hello, welcome to the live. Huh. Weird. Well, I know there's something posted in the den. Hello, hello, welcome. Well, yeah. Hello, welcome to the live. Wow, this is pretty small here. This is unusual. Hello, greetings, Catherine. How may I help you today? How was your day? Today's topic is going to be about predestination and free will. But in the meantime, we're waiting for people to come up, see if anybody has any experiences or stories they want to share about the paranormal, extraterrestrial, or just any general run-of-the-mill thing. If you have anything to share, hit the guest request and come on up. I'm glad you had a great day. It's great to have you here. Yeah. A lot of people must be busy today. There's a lot of my normal people ain't showing up. It's probably busy, you know. Life has probably got them going, running around, doing stuff. Hello, welcome. Today's topic is going to be about predestination and free will. But in the meantime, like I said, we're talking about spiritual stories, paranormal stories, and UFO stories until more people come on. At about 9 o'clock, we're going to be talking about the main topic, which would be about predestination and free will.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Have you had a good day?
It's been a pretty chill day. You have spirits in your house, Catherine. What kind of spirits? I see that favorite creator created 5 more videos today. I hear the kitty.
Yes. He's being a pain.
Noisy ones. Maybe they're trying to tell you something, Catherine.
Come up and talk about him, Catherine. Tell us about him.
Would you like to come up in the box, Catherine, and talk about it? I have mods in here if it's a safe spot. We don't judge here. It's a judge-free zone. How is he scaring the grandchildren? Okay.
Did you like
Hello, Catherine.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good today. But
That's
yes,
wonderful.
we do have a spirit in our house. We don't know who it is or what it is. I have a 5-year-old granddaughter that's very scared of her bedroom. She won't sleep in it. She won't go in it. She tells us there is a bad corner.
Bad corner, huh?
A bad corner. She's too young really to say much about it. She doesn't understand what's going on either. He or she is noisy. They like to walk around in the attic. I have personally never seen anything, but I hear a lot of things. And they scare my poor little dog to death, whoever it is. And she shakes like a leaf. And I just began to tell them, who are you? What are you doing here? If you don't have any business here, then you need to leave because you're scaring everybody.
Right.
And you're terrorizing my poor dog.
Yes. Usually dogs can see spirits and they can sense if they're good or bad. Mm-hmm. So if the dog is barking at it and he's running and he's terrified, that means it's a bad spirit.
That's what I was.
And usually a lot of people like to use sage and salt and put it around their house, and it disperses the spirit away.
I've heard of doing that, but I've also heard people say that they did it wrong and it trapped the spirit in the house.
Well, yeah, it depends on how you do it too, and what rooms you do it in.
Well, I'm not.
Because, yeah.
I'm not willing to chance that. I don't want it with me forever and ever,
Well, what you do is, the simple way to do it is start from the top and go all the way down. and
Uh-huh.
it pushes it out of the house.
Okay. It hasn't.
Um, Palmetto or sage works great.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Um, Use that. Just light it and walk around the house. And say, "This is not your house. This is my house." That kind of stuff, and push it out the
Yeah.
door. Go from
Well,
room
I
to room, and
understand how to do that because I've begun to tell it if you don't have any good business here, you need to leave.
yeah,
This is
and
our
that
house. You don't
usually
live here.
pushes out all the negative beings.
I certainly hope so. My
Because
kids
I
will say,
tried
"Oh,
it.
great, Mom, make it mad."
I lived in a house that was built in 1914. The house
Yeah.
was built. It was haunted, and a lot of people, around my neighborhood knew that it was a red rum house, and I didn't know it was.
Mm.
And so I ended up living in it, and come to find out, one night I was sleeping in my room that I just moved into. That I told this last week. I don't know if you heard it, but we I moved into this house, and she's like, yeah, you can have this room here. So I took the room, and I seen some real crazy stuff going on in that room. After
Yeah.
that, I pushed
Okay.
everything out of that room and said, I'm not staying in that room.
I
I'll go
don't
to
know
another
to
room.
that one. We seem to have something that follows because the house that we were in before this is my daughter's house actually. The house
Hmm.
that we lived in, there was something in there. I'm not sure what. My husband, before he passed, for years and years, he had visits from. The only thing I can think of is it was extraterrestrials. He would
Okay.
tell me things that they said, and tell me that they were in the house, and he kind of thought it was them, but it I kind of think it was something else.
Well, a lot of the extraterrestrials don't do harm,
Yeah.
and a lot of them, I mean, the ones that come here, and the ones that do harm to us is, are the Zetas and the reptilians, but, they're very easy to catch on to because they're very low vibrational and they'll catch on to them. Sometimes the jinns will do a stir. But
Yeah.
other than that, maybe the Greys.
No, they weren't Greys. He thought that uh, he had them his whole life. I mean,
Hmm.
from the time he was a little boy, these things were around and would talk to him, and I mean, he wasn't scared of them. And he told us, they weren't here to hurt us, but our daughter, the daughter I currently live with, has visitations also, and they scare her to death. So
Is that a daughter to the father?
yes.
Oh, now I'm getting a picture of what's going on here. So, what I see happened is now, hold on. Okay. What I'm hearing now is that he he was a spiritual person, but it was hidden with
Yes.
himself. I guess he was hidden,
Yeah.
and that he has some very unique abilities. And when before he had the child, they did something. They altered his body so to pass on a lot of those abilities towards the daughter. So when he passed on, he was kind of the protector,
Yeah.
as she was growing up. But when he had passed on and evolved into the higher plane of existence, that left her open. So the negative ETs noticed that she had those abilities, and they want to intercept them and use those abilities. So that in turn tells me that I call him the monkey on the back,
Yeah.
and and the monkeys are on the back, and that means that no matter where you move to, they're gonna follow you. It's kind of like you have a tracker on you, and what they do is they've got your energy signature. So whenever you move around, they just look in their technology or whatever they're using, and they can sense that energy and they'll find you. So the best way to combat that is you raise your vibration, you raise your frequency, become more spiritual, and then you'll push over that limit and they can't bother you, because once you raise your vibration to a higher frequency, they won't be able to read it, because they're only reading the low vibrations, they're not reading the high. And if it's too high, then they won't even dare go near that, because they'll know that you're aware. And so when you moved into the house, they were still in the presence of that house. So if it's a negative ET there, then again, I would encourage that to raise the vibration of you and whoever's in the house. Take the precautions of burning the palmetto, the sage, maybe get some stones around the house for protection, like jasper, amethyst, stuff like that. Some people put salt on their windows and doors. Some do candles. It all depends on what resonates with you. I think Honey would say the same thing, that if to get those negative out there, because they fear on a negative energy and fear. That fear, when you have that fear, they feed off it. And what they're doing now is they're getting noisier because they're getting stronger, because the child's giving them the fear, the dog is giving them the fear, and that in turn is empowering them. So what you need to do is get them out of there and push past through that. You know what I'm saying? Because that in turn will scare them off. Because you don't need that negative energy around there, because even though you don't sense it, they're still using that voodoo, hoodoo, mumbo jumbo on you, because you're at that frequency. And from what I'm getting from you, your spirit is very old, very ancient, and something with him too. He was verily an ancient spirit, and your daughter has some energies that are very, very angelic. I don't know why, but that's what I'm getting. She has some angelic. She has some angelic energy, and they don't like it, and so they're kind of scared of that, and they want to try to convert that and make it into a negative. So they're doing whatever they can to convert that, to lower the frequency and vibration. So if you keep on in good spirits, the best way to combat them is laughter and not show fear. When you show fear, again, it feeds them. Anything that shows fear feeds them. You have to look within yourself and manifest that they're not there, that they have no power. You have to take the power back, because right now it seems like they have the power, and I have the power.
In some ways they do, yeah.
Yes, and you wanna take that over. You wanna take the power back, not let them have the full power and the full control. And the best way to combat that is, like I said, take control. Say, you don't scare me. Get out of my house. This is my house. Say it with authority. Say it with, the spirit within. Use your heart. Manifest it. Believe it, and then they won't bother you, and they won't be empowered. They'll lose that power, because I know somebody that I was talking to a while ago. They had a bunch of reptilians up at their house. And I told her exactly what to do, and I guided her. And you know what? They went away. All 7 of them took off.
Oh, she had a whole gang.
Yeah, she had a whole squad. She scared them off. And that is because she looked within herself. You can do that too. We all can do that. We all have those abilities to do that. Each one of us, Honey, River, everybody in this live, everybody around the planet has that energy to do that. And if you believe and you manifest that, it will happen. But if you show fear, That's what they love. They love that fear. They feed on that fear. They harbor that fear.
Hmm.
That's why you need to get rid of that fear.
Yeah, see, they don't scare me. It gets my attention, but I'm not afraid of it. Uh,
Yeah.
several of the two of my daughters have actually seen things, and
What
it's
did they
like,
see?
well, the daughter that owns the house, she said she was waking up one morning, and she said I opened my eyes and looked down at the bottom of the bed, and she said there was a little head that was up looking at me, and she said I closed my eyes and looked again, and it was gone. And then my oldest daughter was babysitting the two kids, and she
Hmm.
said I looked up towards the kitchen, and she said just there was a black mist that just came at me.
That was a
And,
shadow. It was either shadow or another word for a shadow is called a jinn, and
yes,
they're an ancient spirit too, and it
yes.
could be So we call them. Well, my people call them shadowers. So a lot of people call them shadows, but we call them shadowers. And there's different ranks. If they have like blue eyes, they're the lower rank. If they don't have any eyes, they're really low rank. But if they have like the red eyes, those are the most powerful ones, and
Oh,
those are very hard to get rid of. So even within saying that, you can still get rid of them. You don't need a chosen one. You just need yourself and what you believe.
yeah,
If you believe that they're not there and you take your power back, then they have no power over you.
yeah. They like
And
I said, they don't bother me. It's the grandkids that because they're little,
mhm. Yes.
and
Hello, Dizzy. Yeah, and that's what it is. The fear. You have to when your grandchildren are around, just say don't have no fear. Say it in a loving way.
yeah,
Say don't like if you acknowledge they're not there, then they're just gonna get pissed off, and they're gonna
right,
do more stuff. So
right.
what you want to do is you just want to say you have no power over me, and then once they'll go away. They'll go away. I've dealt with it so much in my life, over 40 something years. I've dealt with all that stuff, and that's the best way to do it. Acknowledge them and say, okay, you're here. Now get out. If you're going to do evil intentions, get out. I don't want your negative energy here. This is
Well, I
my
can do
house. I
that.
have the power,
I
and
can
send them
do that.
packing. You need to, and
Do,
you can do that. When you raise your vibration, they can't touch you.
Thank you. I appreciate the information there. I wondered for a while because we have my son-in-law's mother when she passed. He kept her ashes, so the ashes are in here, and then my husband's ashes are also here. But they wouldn't scare the kids, you know.
no.
So it can't.
One thing you can do if you don't want to do the smoke
Hmm.
saging,
Yeah.
you can get sage oil or Palo Santo oil and put it in those the dispensers that you
Oh,
put,
yes.
that do a fog, a smoke fog,
Hmm.
or you can even put a drop on every light bulb. So when you turn the light bulb on, it heats it up and that smell permeates the room.
Thank you.
That's
I
a
wouldn't have thought of that.
that's an
Me either.
easier that's an easier way if you don't want to go around with your feather all over the place. You
Yeah.
can just keep that Palo Santo oil, or I'm trying to think. There's some frankincense and myrrh
Hmm.
together is a
Yes.
very holy oil, and I burn it in my dispensers around my house all the time to just promote that aromatherapy
Yeah.
effect.
Maybe I
And I
can do
have,
that, and she can take her room back.
I
yeah,
have
and
some suggestions also. I've lived in a couple of different haunted houses, and it was back when I was seeing things and before I shut it all down. But one house, it was a little lady that was haunting the house, and I saw her, and I traveled astrally and saw her and spoke with her, I think she was mostly concerned about the house. And I just felt like she was the original owner, and she grew things. She was kind of eccentric. I could tell just by what was in the backyard. But I
Yeah.
told her, we're taking really good care of your house. You don't have to worry about that. I don't go in the front bedroom. I never felt good about going in that room. I stored things in it and I kept the door closed. And I said, I stay out of the front room and we're taking really good care of the house. There, you can stay here, but don't bother us and I won't bother you.
Exactly.
And she never really did anything to bother us, and I was never afraid of her. After when my husband had his biopsy, my mother was visiting, and she slept in the family room on this couch that had the cushions sat on it, but like to sleep on it, you could take the back cushions off, but then there were boards, not boards, but wood pieces. And my mother got up in the morning and told my husband that a little old lady poked her through the couch to don't tell Suzanne. And but of course he told me. And then in the other house, I did not like it. And I felt like it was the original owner. We were living in the middle of 40 acres of vineyard at the winery where my husband was the winemaker there. And I think it was the original owner and winemaker. And I never felt good about him. He scared me. He seemed really angry. And he moved things. And the way he moved things really bothered me. Like, I'd get up in the morning. Like, we didn't use the dishwasher. We just washed our dishes and put them in the drying rack, And I would get up and all the silverware would be put up except the knives. And then and that happened repeatedly. The back, in our bedroom, there was a half bath. And one day the toilet wouldn't flush. And we discovered the water had been turned off to the toilet. And it was turned off so tight that my husband had to use a tool to turn the water back on to the toilet. I mean, really weird stuff. Now, I used to walk in my sleep, so sometimes when things were moved, I would ask Garrett, do you think I got up or whatever? But he would do things that I wouldn't be able to do. Like, there's no way I could have turned the water off so hard. And then there was an oblong dish that sat on top of the refrigerator, and I would get up and I would have it facing out, and it would be turned the opposite way every morning, and I couldn't reach it on top of the refrigerator. My husband would have to straighten it back up. And so with him, I didn't like him being there. And also, like when I did a lot of reading back then because, there was no such thing as the internet. Oh yeah, we had a television. But when I would read during the day when my husband was working, I would sit with my back in a corner so I could see all around me. But a lady visited and we were talking, and I told her about the ghost. She told me to go around the house with a candle to every corner in the house and tell the ghost to go to the light. That's what she said to do. But you could also...
A lot of the
Go
spirits
ahead.
won't go to the light because they have unfinished business. So I always thought that was funny when people said, go to the light. Because
Well,
most of them are, they're not going to do it.
they would if they wanted to already, I would think.
Yes.
But
If they want
anyway,
to.
I didn't do that. But anyway, that's my story with my houses.
Well, I appreciate
seems
your
to
time
me-
and being able to talk to you, but I've got to go. I'll check back in later tonight.
See you later.
No problem.
All right, see y'all. Y'all be good.
Thank
Be
you.
safe.
You
Be
too.
blessed. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. And
Well, I
what
hope-
I'm getting...
What's
I
our
hope it's
topic?
as easy as what. I hope it's as easy as raising her vibrations and, you know, what you told her
Yeah.
to do. I hope that if she could
Good.
just meditate, even if
Yeah.
it's just 10 or 15 minutes a day, and do some things to get the energy up in the house. What he told her, River, was that he saw that Catherine's husband had been attached to some extraterrestrials, and
Oh,
then he passed that on to his daughter. And Catherine was saying that this was not just this house thing. This was it followed them where they went. And so Brum was thinking that once her daughter's father passed on, he couldn't protect her anymore. And so some of the lower vibrationals came in. And so we were just trying to tell her some things to get rid of those.
so she has some low vibrational ETs.
That's what he saw.
And more than that, she had some low vibrational ETs, and she's also got some shadowers. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to install the fear inside of her, so that gives them more power, so they can manifest and feed off that. And that's what I got from that is they want to they want her energy, and they want to manipulate that energy to cause more mayhem. And they don't like the divine energy that's was inside of her daughter and her, so they're just trying to convert that, because they think more negative energy, the more stronger they get.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's what they're doing. They're trying to convert that energy, and that's why I told her when she raises the vibration and the frequency, they won't affect her, because, like I said before, I lived in multiple haunted houses, and I was a ghost hunter and myself. In the beginning, I didn't believe in any of it. I thought it was just a bunch of hoopla, as Honey would say. It was a bunch of hoopla, But then, I started listening and paying attention, and opened my eyes to seeing things. And once I did that, I realized there's a lot more in the universe that's out there. And then when I went into these haunted places, I purposely went into the haunted places to see if I could, sense anything and get into that. And when I did that, I realized that there is more in the universe like that. So the only way to ensure your own safety when you're encountering that stuff is raise your vibrational frequency. A lot of people want to call them ghost hunters. I don't like calling ghost hunters. I like ghost finder, honestly. Spirit finder, ghost finders, that kind of stuff. And that's how I've always looked at it. And, I watch a lot of these ghost hunters and stuff like that, and I really find it inappropriate because of what they do sometimes. They anger and piss these spirits off, and I think there's a law against that now, that you can't do that. You go in a haunted house and you're swearing and doing all that stuff just to piss the ghosts off. I think they started putting a law against that because a lot of people are paranormal and all that.
Yeah, they go in and they taunt them,
Yeah.
and that just seems cruel in a way.
Yeah. and
These
it's
people are
disrespectful.
already trapped somewhere for whatever their reason is. They seem to be trapped where they are. They're either afraid to go to the light because they're afraid something bad is going to happen to them because they were a bad person or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they're, and here they are kind of stuck, like in those prisons and places like that. The funniest thing that ever happened to us was one of my best friends. her father was just a character. And when her mother passed when she was very young, and so she was very attached to her father. And when he got to where he couldn't take care of himself anymore and was at the end of his life, she brought him to her house. And he had one of those stuffed recliners that he just stayed in all the time. He loved that recliner. And I helped her, when he was there, I helped her take care of him. And when he went on, she said, why don't you take Papa's chair, because you loved him and he loved you and you helped me, and just take his chair. You can put it in Greg's man room. I said, sure, whatever. It was a nice chair, so we brought it over here. That chair was so crazy. It would just scare. I had a Siamese cat at the time, Willow, and he was still pretty young, and nothing scared that cat. He was a big old cat. Nothing scared him, but that chair scared him to death. It would rock all on its own. And it would be like somebody jumped on the back of it, and it would just rock and rock and rock really hard. And it would just do it at the weirdest times. And Greg kept saying I was imagining it. He pretended he didn't ever see it. But my nieces told me they certainly did see it, and my kids saw it. And other people
Hello,
at
Lindsay.
times would see shadows in the house. And we'd never had anything like that here until we brought that chair in. And so my son-in-law was looking for chairs for his deer camp, his hunting camp. And I said, here, son, take this good chair so you'll have a good chair to sit in. He's like, man, Mom, thanks. He took that chair and put it in his deer camp, and we never had to worry about it again. Pawpaw just didn't want to give up his chair, that was
and
his chair.
A lot of spirits attach themselves to items that they cared and cherished the most. They put a lot of
Yes.
energy into that, and that's why where someone who says when they pass on, it goes, I want that because that was my mother's or my grandmother's, and they feel attached to it. That's because that they focused a lot. It was their possession for one, and it was something they valued, and they put a lot of energy into that without even realizing it. I put that energy into that item, so when it gets passed down through the generations, that energy still stays there. It doesn't ever dissipate. So it's the same thing with that chair. When he favored that chair, that was his favorite chair. His energy was attached to it, and so wherever the chair went, he went. He just loved that chair, and so his energy was attached to it. And that's what some people might call a monkey on the back. But this one was a monkey on a chair.
Well, Pawpaw had to go live at the deer camp because I don't know if it was just his energy that was left in the chair or if Pawpaw came to live with me for a few months. But either way, it was scaring the cat, scaring the kids, and it had to go.
It was attached to the chair.
Yeah.
That's what I got, and I'm getting it now. I'm seeing. He was an older man. Did he have gray hair?
Yeah. Very. Yeah.
Gray
He was.
hair,
He was
older
in his
man.
90s. Yeah, in his 90s.
He was tall and slender.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, tall and slender man. I can't see what he's wearing. It almost looks like he's wearing one of them old-fashioned button-down shirts with like little boxes on it.
Yes,
You know what
she
I'm talking
dressed him. She dressed him every single day to the nines, no matter what. It took forever to even talk her into letting him wear sweatpants. For comfort
I see him.
and
I see him
convenience.
wearing beige pants.
Mm-hmm.
He's wearing
Khakis,
a
yeah.
beige pants. Yeah, he's wearing a beige khakis with sneakers, white sneakers,
Yes.
beige pants, and a button-down shirt that kind of looks like it's a little off-white on an off-yellow. It looks like
Yeah.
little yellow, and it's got little squares on the shirt.
Yes, he had a lot of those different kind of shirts, and she always put him in those they were always pressed, and his pants were pressed and creased, and
Yeah,
he spent
because
he
when I was
spent
seeing
the
the
last
khakis,
yeah.
when I was seeing the khakis, I could see the fold on the front.
Yes. And finally, because it was just so hard to get him up and dressed and then undressed every time, and he was incontinent, and it was killing us. I finally talked her
Yeah,
into putting sweatpants on him for the last couple of 3 months, but
he wasn't happy about it.
no, no,
No,
and
because
he
he's like, no, I hate them. And I'm actually hearing him right now. He goes, I hate them.
right, right, but we did what we had to do, and
Yeah,
anyway, she took
he
really good
understands
care of him.
that.
Yeah, she took very good care of him. It's just
He
that
actually,
she worked with me. We worked 12-hour shifts, so that's what she did on her days off, and then her mother-in-law helped her on the days we worked.
I'm hearing him speak to me right now. He's he's very happy um that your life went that way. He's very impressed and he's honored that you still remember how he is. He said,
Oh, of
"Remember how
course.
he was, not how he was back in the day, not how he was when he passed on." He said he loves you very dearly, is what he said.
Oh, that's so sweet.
He said
Well,
he loves her very dearly, and I understand the sweats. Yeah.
yeah, and she
Did he
also
like
was
coffee?
helping me. Yeah, she was helping me too with Katie because my mom had transitioned, and it kind of left me, you know, without that support. And so she went to Houston with me for many, many, many
He,
trips,
he's bringing up black coffee. Did you drink black coffee
all day long.
with no sugar?
None, nothing.
That's exactly what he was saying. He
No,
said he sure misses that black coffee with no sugar. That's I'm not. I'm actually talking to him right now, and that's what he said.
well, he was a very religious man.
Very
So,
funny.
was he surprised?
He's funny. He's a funny man.
Yes, she
Very
is too.
comical.
Kind of a dry sense of humor.
Yeah, he kind of
Yeah,
makes me laugh. It's just
yeah.
seeing him. It's like, huh?
He was very proper, very proper. Yeah.
He said he's still around you, and he didn't mean to cause a disturbance, but he loved his chair.
He did love that chair.
That's what he said.
It was so funny. But, it didn't scare me. It just scared the kids when the chair would
Yeah.
just all of a sudden start bopping real hard. And it did scare the cat. So, yeah, we had
I
to.
almost was a chair blue.
It was kind of a gray blue with stripes,
Yeah.
little stripes in it.
He said it was so soft, and he loved the
Yes.
blue.
Yes. He loved
That's
that
what he
chair.
said.
She brought that chair with him when he came to her. It came from his house.
Well, I
So
hope that resonates with you because this is the
that's
first
funny,
time
bro.
I've ever had. Now, I've had other things talk to me, but this is the first time I've actually had a ghost come to me and talk to me.
That's funny. Well,
This is the first time.
I know that he was very grateful for the care. He was grouchy, but it was because he just didn't feel good, you know.
Hmm.
And for the most part, he was
Alzheimer's.
really. He had some of that went along with all the other things that were wrong because of his heart disease. I think he had some dementia,
Yeah,
and
that's what I was
and
getting
because
at.
he was just really old.
The
He was
topic
like
for
90.
tonight is going to be about predestination and free will. That's the topic for tonight. But yes, that is I'm really honored that he came to me because this is the first time I've actually talked to a ghost, a spirit that's human.
I
And I'm
wish
really awed by this.
I wish my sister would come talk to you. You would adore her. She's hilarious. She is so
He,
hilarious.
he's the one that came, man.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess maybe another time they will. Who knows? This is the first time I've ever talked to a spirit like this. I'm actually blown away. I've never
Well,
had I've had other spirits, but not a ghostly human experience. Ghost like this talking to me. Like
I think
I
it's
even have
cool.
one around me, and she don't talk to me like this.
Well, he was talkative.
Mm-hmm.
He always, she is too. She's that way too. But she's 15 years older than me, and we were just best friends forever, still are. I don't see her as much because she retired before I did, and I was still working and doing so much. I didn't ever have any time off. And so now that I'm retired, we do see each other a little bit more, but Greg wants to travel all the time, so.
I guess River's having trouble because I can't get the full window of the live.
Mine was doing that too. I went out twice and came back in because it was like I was hung between two lives. Every time I try to type in the comments, it throws it up halfway, and I'm halfway between your live and the one below. It's real weird. It was doing that the other night too. Every time I would try to type in the comments, it would throw the live up. And then you would get the audio from the other live.
Does she have glasses?
Did he have glasses? Yeah.
No, did she?
Oh, my sister? Yeah. Yeah.
Little silver frames.
She was a fashionita with her glasses. She changed them around quite often.
I'm seeing a woman. She has long blonde hair. She's kind of short, maybe a little chunky. She has long white, gray hair with silver glasses, and she's very happy.
She's very happy.
Bubbly.
Yes. When she transitioned, the first thing she did was blow those little birthday horns in my ears. You know, those little blowout things that
Celebration.
make us, yeah,
She said celebration
yes,
because she was in pain.
yes.
Yes.
She was very tired.
Oh, in the jaw, right?
The jaw?
She had pain in her jaw.
She had pain literally everywhere.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, my jaw just popped. Mm-hmm. Oh, I started feeling pain in my jaw. Oh, oh, click, click, click. You hear that?
Yeah. Yeah,
That was my jaw.
she had a lot of pain in the last 10 or 15 years of her life, and she was actually getting healthier. She had gone through a couple of surgeries and lost a lot of
Cancer.
weight. No.
Something about cancer, as she said. Something cancer. I don't know. Maybe she's
Not
talking
that
about
I'm
somebody.
not that I'm aware of. She had just gone through an awful lot of surgeries and a lot of things to try to like spiff up her heart and her circulation. She had diabetes pretty bad until she lost all her weight. And then that pretty much got under control. She didn't have it anymore. And she couldn't
That
see.
explains it.
She
That
couldn't
explains the
see.
kind of chunkiness.
Yeah, she had surgery for that and lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
But she had
Did her name begin with
histoplasmosis.
an R?
No,
Somebody with an R. She's saying something with an R.
that's the first letter in my mother's name.
She said R. Rita,
That's not.
Ruth, something like that. But I know there's an R. She's talking about a person with R name.
That could be my mom or my sister.
Maybe. I know it was an R because I seen the letter R. She's trying to tell me something with the letter R.
She wants me to contact my sister. Tell her I already said no. Stop it. She's already been telling me. And I'm not listening to her.
She said, "Listen, little girl." That's what she said. She said, "Listen to your mother, little girl."
I'm sure she did, but I'm not.
Does she say that kind of stuff?
Yes,
That's what she said.
I'm
She
sure
goes, "You
she
listen here,
did.
little girl."
I am positive that's what she said because she often did, but I'm not listening. So,
She says, "You listen here, little girl. I'm your mother. You listen to me." Oh my.
she's pretty bossy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little
She would.
spitfire.
Yes, very funny. My sister was hilarious. She told the most she was a psych nurse. So you can only imagine what her stories were like from work. She worked with mainly teenagers in a psychiatric ward. So it was pretty hilarious, her stories from work. And I used to tell her that only crazy people could be psychiatric nurses. That's why she was so good at it. It's because she was already crazy. But she told really funny stories about everything, actually, not just even about work, just about everything. Anything she talked about, she told it in a story form.
Mary.
Why is she talking about Mary?
I don't know. She said Mary.
I don't know. Unless she's talking to, I don't know. She could be talking about
Oh,
anything.
thank you. Thank you, River.
I'm just so happy she's happy. I was kind of mad at her when she left because she was actually getting better and was over her illness and was going to a rehab. And the day she was supposed to go, she just decided she wanted to go home instead. So that's what she did.
Her words were, "Don't worry, little one. Mommy's always here to protect you."
Yeah, I know.
I
know
don't know
that.
if that's. Yeah, I don't know if she's ever said that, but that's what I heard.
And she liked to tell everyone that she was our mother
Yeah.
because she was the oldest daughter and she often had to take care of the rest of us. So she always felt like she was more my mother, and she was 5 or 6 years older than me. So she was
But
pretty
yeah.
bossy.
I'm trying to figure out what she said. Why she's saying cancer though?
I don't know.
Something about cancer.
I don't know.
Other than that, she's pretty happy.
She told me that I was right because she had been worrying in the last years about whether she was getting it right, the
She
religion thing.
She goes, "Oh, honey, you have it always. You're always right, even though sometimes when I'm wrong, I just don't like to admit it." That's what she
Well,
said.
I know, and we had long discussions about spirituality versus religion. And she was always worried that she wasn't going to be good enough to go to heaven. And
She
we
said, "I
talked
get
about
it
it a
now."
lot. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
now I'm talking to her. This is I've
Yeah.
not experienced this before. This is tripping me out.
Yeah.
Not ever done this.
She told me when she got there that I was right. That I had told her right. And I was very happy. Because she never said I was right. She was
Did
always
she like
right.
cinnamon?
Yeah.
Because I'm getting a hint of cinnamon and apple pie.
Yes.
She loved apple pie with vanilla ice cream.
Yes. With some cinnamon.
Yes.
Or peach with cinnamon and ice cream. Which is probably why everyone in our family had diabetes. You know what I mean?
Right? She goes, "Oh, we loved our sweets."
Yes, we all did.
She likes butterscotch too.
Well, I hope she's taking good care and learning her lessons because she told me that she was busy learning over there.
She said, "Oh dear, I'm always learning."
Yes, that's what she told
Wow.
me.
This is, I'm really getting tripped out here. This is tripping me out.
She'll make you laugh soon.
No, I'm actually getting tripped out by this because I'm like, this has never happened before where I'm talking to ghosts.
Well, she's a beautiful woman, my sister. A beautiful soul. She
I've
was.
always spoke to spatial beings, not ghosts. This is
Graham.
different.
Can
Hello.
you see if my husband's around?
I knew that was coming. Oh.
Check it out.
Lordy.
Check it out, Paul. Let's see. Let's flex those psychic muscles.
He hunted deer. He had a favorite shotgun. He liked his camouflage.
Yeah,
He liked his boots.
yeah.
He was scared of Bigfoots. He thought they were going to harm him. You made sure that they didn't. He liked his coffee. He drank coffee.
He left what?
Sister.
Coffee.
Poppy, yeah, that was his name. All
Yes.
the kids called him Poppy.
Because he drank white coffee with sugar.
Yeah,
Did
he
he
did
dr-
that.
Okay.
He said he likes them white and sweet.
Yeah,
He's funny. He
He
said, "What the
did.
hell? Why is this happening today?
yeah.
What is this, Spirit Connection Day,
Well,
Joey?
what about mine and Ruth's? What about our mother? She should be
Huh.
right there with him.
She had short hair. Did she have short hair?
Yeah,
Kind
Pretty
of shaved to the
much.
head? Kind of shaved to the head?
no, it was curled.
It looked like it was really close to the head. She's very skinny. There's a
She
skinny
wasn't
woman.
skinny, no.
There must be somebody else. There's a skinny woman with short hair.
You know
Looks like it's
what? It
shaved.
could have been our sister Dana.
I don't know.
No.
She has short hair, skinny, kind of a. She didn't have a round face. It's kind of like a boxy face.
Like yours.
Yeah, it's. She had a favorite car. Something about a car. I don't know if that's
With
her.
a car, would it be white?
Yeah. It was a white car.
There was a white Lincoln.
It's a car. It was a light color. Because right now I'm seeing her in black and white, so it's very hard to see colors with this one. So this is telling me if it's black and white, then that means that this one is pretty far away from me. Because usually when I got it, like if it's like right in the room, I can see the colors. But if it's like monotone, then it's pretty far away and it's harder to read. And I don't know why that is, but hey, I'll just go with it at this point.
Right. Well, she should have been right there with Dwayne. She loved Dwayne.
She liked chocolate.
Oh yeah.
Chocolate covered cherries.
Yeah, she loved chocolate.
Because I see her eating. She's sitting in a car eating. There's a box, and she's pulling out chocolate covered cherries and eating them behind the wheel. She got short hair, almost to the skull.
Well, it could look that way to you because her hair. She had always got permanence, and her hair was real curly, real short.
It really looks short. It's very hard to see with this monotone color. It's in the car. There's cherries, chocolate covered cherries, and I can smell the chocolate and the cream in it.
Well,
it was liquid, not the cream, not the white cream, the liquid one.
Caramel.
No, you know the cream that's in the chocolate covered cherry. Sometimes it's a thick white cream, or it's the one that looks like juicy. It's the clear cream. She loved those.
Well, she would have hid that from me and Ruth because she wasn't supposed to eat that.
Oh yeah, she had him hidden in the car.
I don't doubt that. Does she have any messages for us?
I'm always here for you. Just call on me and I will answer. I am the voice that whispers in your ear. That's what she said.
Now, she had a saying with Ruth. Ruth would tell her she loved her, and Mama would tell her something right back.
Baby Ruth. You'll always be my baby
Our
Ruth.
baby Ruth, yeah.
You'll always be my baby Ruth. And Diana's always be my Princess Di. That's what I'm getting.
She was a character.
This is wow.
That's very
I'm
sweet.
what?
Yeah.
I'm blown away by this. Honestly, this has been already a interesting live, and I didn't. And wow. Okay.
Did you see my pictures, Paul? The ones I took of the fairies in the Bigfoot or fairies, whatever they were, in my yard.
A
I
while
put
ago, I
that,
did.
yeah, I put that delayed lighting on and just started taking pictures of the trees in
You
front of me.
finally got to see them?
Yes, though that's what they
Honey,
were.
you
Did you
finally
see
got to
them?
see them?
I did. Did you see the pictures of them?
That is so cool.
Well, all I did was sit in my rocking chair and point the camera at the trees, and they all just started coming into frame. And they were just dancing in front of the trees.
You want to know something weird? I was with somebody today, and we tried to use that line thing. You know what? It don't work on animals because she had a dog, and she pointed it at the dog, and it would not work. It only reads humans or humanoid beings. It's really weird. Because she put it in front of her dog and it wouldn't go today. It didn't even acknowledge he was there. But as soon as she got in the camera, it showed her. So now I'm wondering,
Well, sometimes it does with my cats, and sometimes it doesn't. So I don't know.
she
But
had a cat and a dog and she tried them both.
all I know is
And
I called them and I asked them if they would show themselves and let me take a picture. And I turned that filter on and pointed the camera toward the trees, and they all just came out. It was really cool. And then there was one picture of me with something on my shoulder. I don't know what that was on my
That's really
shoulder.
cool.
did she die of a broken heart, Diane?
Our mother, a
Yeah.
broken heart. Well,
Because I
yeah,
see a picture
she
of a heart
did.
and it's
She
broken.
had, yeah, she had oh, a stroke, and then she had her heart just gave out.
It feels like she's very sad. A lot of sadness
There
with
was
her.
one son that didn't come see her.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. Very, almost makes me want to cry because I can feel the emotion. It's very, very
Yeah,
sad.
it hurt her because this one son wouldn't come see her.
And she said that Ruth, that no matter what you're going through, my dear, it's well worth it.
No matter what you're going through, it's well worth it. Why?
Because the end goal is going to be your ultimate prize.
Did you hear that?
I'll go to heaven.
That's what she said. I'm just a communicator.
Right. Well, one of our sisters is already there with her.
She goes, "You're never alone, even when you think you are. You're never alone." She goes, and like she said, she's the whisper. She's that whisper in that voice in your ear that you hear.
Well, was it her that touched Ruth's hand?
Yes.
Did you hear that? It was that touched your hand.
She also touches your hair and shoulders, trying to comfort you.
Oh, that's sweet. Because this round of chemo was whipped Ruth's butt.
And she just, don't worry about your hair. You don't need it.
Did you hear that? Still, don't worry about your hair. You don't need it.
She was kind of.
No, I
She
know
was
I
kind of
don't.
being. She was kind of laughing about it like a joke. I don't know what that
She
means.
had a hell of a sense of humor. Mother never wanted me to cut it. Yeah. Well, ask her if she's getting to fish now.
She goes, instead of fishing for. She said she's fishing, but she's fishing for souls and men.
Fishing for souls and men.
Yeah.
Ah. I would think she would be done with men after her little doings.
She goes, oh no. She goes, oh no no no.
Oh no.
She goes, oh no no no.
Well, she was a real southern lady.
Oh yeah, you can tell she got that Southern Belle
Can you
voice.
hear Oh yeah. She would
She
have been
liked
all
tea.
over you. She'd have been tickled to death.
She liked tea.
Yeah, she liked tea.
She liked the fruity tea. I'm seeing raspberries. Berries. I don't know, but that's what I got.
She was the heck of a cook. She made all
Meatloaf.
sorts of cobblers and all this stuff.
She make meatloaf.
So now, of course, I'm
Oh,
going to
yeah.
ask if you see anybody around me.
Oh Lordy, here we go. Oh, let's see. Uh, Interesting. A little blonde boy.
Hmm. Interesting.
A little blonde boy.
Huh.
He looks about 7 or 8.
Ask him who he is.
I don't. His name begin with an A.
I don't know.
Now, Paul, I
Ask
had
him who he is.
a baby that died, and his name was Alan,
Oh,
and he was blonde.
well. I
It might
I don't
be
know what to say
yours then. I lost a little boy too, but
That's
he
what I'm
was-
thinking, because everything is.
What were you saying, Diane?
His name was Alan, and he was blonde.
I see him. He's like 7 or 8.
Really? He was 3 months old when he died.
Well, this one. He's 7 or 8 here. Maybe he trains his body so he can walk around. And I don't know. But
That's cool.
yeah. I know his name begins with an A. Did something happen with his tongue?
His tongue?
Uh-huh.
No.
Did he almost like I don't know, something with the tongue
Well,
because my tongue is
good.
burning. It's like something
Well, he died.
happened. Something happened with his tongue. I
Well,
don't
he
know.
died of SIDS.
Like
And
maybe,
you know,
maybe
they
he's
say
gasping for
the
air.
airway. It's very possible.
Trying to think, see if
I'm
there's
sorry,
anybody
River
else.
Blue. I didn't mean to just butt in.
That's okay.
Sometimes with SIDS, the babies will kind of have a burping up, and it burns like when you have indigestion.
That's great.
Yeah, and that's what
Right.
happens is it kind of regurgitates up into their mouth with the stomach acids, and then they end up aspirating.
That's
So
what it
that may
felt
be
like.
what he's referencing.
Well,
That's what it felt like, burning.
I was very,
You know, like when I had acid reflux.
I
That's
was
what it felt
lucky.
like.
Yeah. The coroner here in Houston was very, very good to me. He sat me down and showed me slide by slide of how and what happened, and that there was nothing I could have done. But it was tough.
River, do you know somebody with the name of S? Sean, Scott,
Yes.
Shane.
Sean,
That's a pass.
I'm thinking it's either like a Sean or a Scott.
I can't think of anybody by that name that's passed.
Huh. I don't know. It's a Shane or it begins with an S. It's a male with an S name.
Oh no. Tell them not to get their feelings hurt that I don't remember them. I don't know who it is.
Oh. I don't know. I'm trying to pick up on the, because there's like a mess of people here, and I'm like trying to sort them out now. It's like, I still got Honey's lingering here, and now I got Diane's lingering here. So I'm like, okay, who's who here? Who goes with who? And it could be down
People
somebody
for
in the
Suzanne,
line.
Well,
step
ask
forward.
Dwayne.
What, Diane?
Huh?
Ask Dwayne if he's got any messages. Ask Dwayne if he's got any messages for me.
It'll be alright, darling. Don't have no fear. You're doing great. You live a perfect life. You keep on living and do the best you can. We'll be together soon.
Good.
That's what he said.
Well, that makes me happy.
Wow. I don't know what to make of this. I honestly don't.
Well, tell sister I said get back to work.
Because I am working on you.
Now, honey, that sounds about right.
My sister is a mess. That's just all I can say. Is she's a
She
mess.
said hot mess.
A very hot mess. Yes. But there was no one in the world who had more love in their heart than my sister. And that's the truth.
I understand that. That's how Ruth and I are.
You know what's probably going on here is that a lot of the spirits say one came, so now all of them are flooding in here. So everybody in the room, there's someone they probably know is in this room. So it's pretty hard to figure out who's for who here. I know there's a man with an
Well,
S
if there's a
name.
toss,
There's a lady here with a C name. I don't know who she is
C.
either. I don't know.
Is there a lady that's tall and skinny with long hair? Really pretty lady.
There's a man with an S name. There's Cindy Cindy and she's a there's a woman here named Cindy. There's another one here. She got long dark hair. Her name's Sarah. Uh, uh, wow, there's a lot of them here.
Well, Dina would have been with Mama.
Wow. There's a David.
What does he look like?
Red hair.
Okay, he's not mine.
It's not mine. David with a red hair. Scott kind of has short brown hair. Cindy is kind of blondish. Okay, who else is here?
Come on. Yeah.
And somebody keeps talking about Mary. It's one of the honeys that's talking about Mary. There's a Mary. He's talking about a Mary. There's a Cindy here. A David with red hair. There's a Scott with red hair, short brown hair. Scott with red hair, short brown hair. Short brown hair. Short brown hair. Oh, there's so many here. Oh, there's so many here. So many here. And somebody's screeching again. And somebody's screeching again. And somebody's screeching again. And somebody's screeching again. Gotta love that energy. Yeah, screeching sound.
Well, if it's my sister that's still talking about Mary, ask her if she wants me to get in touch with her. Is that what she's asking?
Yes.
Okay. I'll do it. That I will do. Why didn't she tell me?
You said you're not listening. She said, open your ears, woman.
She better be glad I can't smack her. Well, she has to be talking about our niece. She was very, very close to our niece, who has, she moved away when they were younger. And we didn't get back in touch with them until those two kids were adults. And she and Mary were very close. And Mary had one child. He has Down syndrome. And she has been raising him by herself. And Kay was always very concerned and trying to be helpful with Mary. And I'm sure she would like for me to step into that role. She had talked about it before, and I ignored her. So I'm guessing
Just
she's
stop
not going to
ignoring
let
me.
me ignore her anymore.
He's like, nope.
Okay. Well, I will do my best to find her. She can shoot me her phone number. That would be helpful. I bet I could find it though. She just wants me to call my brother so I can get it, because she just wants me to call my brother, and I won't. So I'm pretty sure she's just trying to be sneaky and get me to call my brother, since she knows I will not call my sister. I see what she's doing here.
She's laughing.
I know what she's doing. I know her very well. I might be able to do it another way though.
Keep on getting a Heather. I don't know who that's referred to. Does anybody know a Heather? A Heather, a Scott, a Cindy, and a David. I don't know. Is there somebody? Maybe there's somebody in the chat. But these names, I don't know. But I don't know where they're coming from. But if anybody, if those resonate with somebody, let me know. Because, yeah, like I said, there's a Scott, a Cindy, a Heather, and a Sarah. As everybody's gone quiet.
What does Sarah look like?
Sarah has long dark hair.
Young?
Yeah. She looks like she's in her 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Is she,
even 20s. Looks kind of young.
is she, is she saying anything?
No, she's just standing there. I asked her, I said, who are you? And she says, Sarah. She sounds very shy.
Well,
Very
you're going to have to
shy.
engage them and get them to give more information because it's hard for us to tell.
I know, right? Hey, this is the first time I've ever done this. This is different. I've seen them. I've never talked to them. She said, her person's not here right now. That's what Sarah said. She said the person was in the room.
Oh, bummer. Bummer for
Yeah,
them.
yeah, because right now there's Sarah with the long dark hair, Cindy with the blonde hair, Sean with Sean has small, like short brown hair, Scott, and the other one is David with red hair.
I don't know those people.
I know.
Is that all you got?
Well, that's all that I can see right now. We're talking. There's a
Hmm.
lot of them around here. It looks like a horde.
Brenda's late husband's name was David. Did he have red hair, Brenda?
Looks like red hair to me. Well, there you
She
go.
said yes, little red. You
Staying
said
up here for
David had
her.
red hair, right, Bram?
Uh-huh. It was like a red tint. Kind of like,
See, does he sound Scottish?
yeah. He's very hard to understand. That's why I can hardly understand him. It's very thick and heavy.
Sounds like it's Brenda's husband.
It's very. It reminds me of Irish. Sounds a little Irish.
Her husband was Scottish, but
Yeah, the dialect's a little just different. It's the same. No, he was a skinny man. It's a skinny man in front of me. His voice was a little heavy. His voice is a little heavy as the Scottish accent was a little heavy and thick. Huh? What's that word?
sepsis. It's a blood
What's
infection. It's like when you get so sick and then your blood gets infected and then it kills you fast, usually, unless they catch it really fast.
Did he like to drink? Yeah, he was a heavy drinker. I could smell the alcohol. Sometimes wine. Yeah, very, very. I can smell the yeast from the beer, and I can smell the wine. He said oh man, his accent is so hard. He said come on guys. Hard to understand you with this accent they act. Um, he said he's sorry for drinking so much. He didn't mean to hurt you. Um, no, I don't. She must have went away. About the Anunnaki family. Yeah, after help render. Um, he said he said some things that he didn't really mean, and he was sorry for being hateful, but he didn't mean it. You took it the wrong way. He said you knew I had a good heart. It's just that he just spoke differently. He meant to do good, but he it came out wrong, and that's kind of what he's saying. Yeah, he loved her very dearly, but he took his pain and sorrows and drank it away. And that's not what he was. And he didn't mean to hurt you, but that's what he did. Because it was hard to talk to you because he loved you so much. He didn't want to burden you. That's what he said. Yeah, he had a lot of secrets. A lot of skeletons in the closet. He wanted to tell you about them, but he couldn't. He was in fear. And that resulted in him drinking. Hmm. He's saying something about a blanket. He said when you wrap yourself in that blanket, just think of me holding you. That's what he said. He said, don't worry. I love you too. And he said, don't think life is horrible. Think of it as a transitional period, whatever you're going through. Because it'll be better. And then he left. And okay. Who wanted to know about the Anunnaki? What questions did you have about the Anunnaki family? There's many species in the Anunnaki family. Some of them gods and goddesses were Anunnaki too, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't recognize them as that, but they are. Everything I know nothing about it. I want to connect to my Anunnaki family. Well, it depends on what side of your family you want to get to know, because a lot of them, they were 50-50. Some were good, some were bad. I'm assuming you want to get to know the good ones. So, what I would do is connect with Gaia, because there's. A few that want to talk to you, actually. There's a few of them. I don't know why I'm getting Freya. I don't know what's up with her, but Freya, I don't know if you have a connection to Freya, but Freya she's right there. Freya, yeah, Freya. Maybe she's trying to talk to you. Yeah, see Freya, I see her, she's wearing a golden armor, and it's got wings on the top of her helmet, and I think she led the Valkyrie, and she's holding a spear in her hand, and yeah, she said that look deeper and you could hear my voice. This has been an interesting live so far. This is really. I have no idea, no words for any of this. She says the wisdom is within the books. Yes. And also, Athena. Freya and Athena are there. But Freya is very strong and potent. But Athena's there too. She's in the background, but it's mostly Freya. She said, look inside the books, read more about your history. The answer lies within the books and within you. I don't know if that resonates with you. She said, look for the special book. You'll find it at the library. Whatever. I don't know, but that's what she said. I don't know if that resonates with you spiritual, but that's what she said. Freya and Athena, but mostly Freya. Go look into the books and look within yourself. You'll find the book at your local library. It will give you the empowerment and the encouragement that you're looking for. Anybody else?
Nobody's there for me.
I'm trying. I've been looking.
Well, you ask them if there anyone here for Suzanne. If so, make yourself known. They're gonna say no. She's too pushy.
I'm really trying here. um, Michelle? Michelle. Oh, don't know what that one is. Ryan? No. 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 Hmm. Your dad had a message. I think I told Diane the messages. Hello. Does your dad have a message? He said, don't fear. It'll be okay. It's okay, baby Ruth. You're my little Ruthie. I'm always here. He said, be strong and don't have fear. Susie Q. Well, somebody said Susie Q. Did anyone call you Susie Q?
Sometimes, but it's not just one person.
It's a woman.
Ask her who she is and if she's talking to me.
Oh, yours are very hard to read for some reason. Yours are, I don't know. They're very tight-lipped. Brownies? Cookies? Cake? The frick? Why is everything gotta be encrypted? We're so cryptic. Whoever it was a baker. They like to bake.
And it was a woman?
Yeah.
How old did she look?
80.
Well,
In her 80s.
Can you describe her a little bit?
She has long white hair.
Oh.
White or silver. Huh?
And it was long.
It looked like long white silver hair. Maybe about off the shoulders. I don't know.
Can she tell you her name?
I keep getting T. I don't know who it. The letter
Tressa?
T. I don't know.
Could it be Tressa?
Maybe. Like I said, when it comes to the name, sometimes I just get the first letter.
Did she wear
But I
her
kept seeing
hair?
T for a while now.
Did she ever wear her hair braided, wrapped around her hair? I mean, around her head?
I do see braids. I do see white or silver hair, and she liked to bake because it was cookies, brownies, and cakes.
I had a step grandmother named Tressa. It could possibly be her, but by the time I got to know her, her cooking baking days were over.
She used to like baking cakes and cookies and brownies for the kids.
That might have been before my time in her life. I was her family, all of my step family told me I was the only girl she ever liked. All of her granddaughters that were her full-blooded granddaughters were all jealous of me, they said, because Tressa liked me. And they said
She
they
comes off as the woman comes off kind of like she comes off mean, but she's not.
she had a good mm,
Broody.
yeah, sort of, kind of. She could be short with people, but she was really sweet and loving, and I really was crazy about her.
Even right now, she's still broody. It's very hard to talk to her because she's like, "Rrr."
She looked
Oh,
kind of like your stereotypical sweet old lady with the little round glasses and her
yeah,
braid her
yeah.
braid her braid wrapped around her head. She looked really sweet to me, but I don't know.
She
But
had. I know she had the glasses, and I knew she had glasses, and I kept seeing T. Every time you kept asking, I kept hearing T, 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 and I'm like, hmm.
the
And I
only
was trying to make
person
sense of it.
the only person I can think of like that would be Tressa.
And all I could see was a T and two S's.
Tressa. That's her. She was really sweet.
And she liked to bake brownies, cakes, and cookies. And she did it to give to the kids.
Probably all the boys.
And her message is, she said, Suzanne, it's time to let go of the past and move to the future. When you're hindering in the past, it's not helping you, my dear.
Okie dokie.
I don't know what that means. I'm sure you do. I don't. But that's what she said.
Okie doke. Thanks.
That's a repetitive message for you, Suzanne.
I know. I don't know what they want me to do with my past except completely forget it.
Yes.
I
Do
don't
that.
I don't think they want you to just forget it. I think they wish you not to dwell in it.
Yes.
It happened, you grew, you've grown, and now you're on another path.
You said you're on the path of righteousness. Head down that path. Don't dwell in the past because it's going to lead you into more heartbreak. When you go down that path of righteousness and love and compassion, then you're finding sincere truth that lies within the inside of you. She said you always knew that she spit words of wisdom to you. She goes, you know that. She goes, come on, Susie Q. Get with the program.
I am.
She said.
I am.
It was kind of, I don't know how to take that because the way she's looking is kind of like, is she joking or is she serious? I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of like,
She's been gone a long time.
She's very intimidating.
She could be if she wanted to.
Yeah, she's very.
She never
sweet little old lady,
intimidated me though. But All the other girls were scared of her.
I can see why. She kind of scares me.
She was incredibly. She's as sweet as they make them.
That's probably why she liked you, Suzanne, is because you weren't scared of her.
Because I could tell how sweet she was.
My mama was that way. She was very stoic, very, very quiet. She never really spoke much.
Did you call her Mima?
Mama. And
I was talking to Susan. Did you call her Mima?
oh,
Granny.
Huh. Okay.
That was what they called her when I came into the family, so I picked it up with them.
anyway, my
Did you know you?
sorry.
Huh?
I was just gonna say
What'd you say, Brent?
my mama was the same way, but she just was so sweet, and when you knew her, you knew how sweet she was, and it didn't matter that she was kind of sternish. You know what I mean? And then when she got dementia, she talked all the time. She told the most fabulous stories, and I was the only one she could ever remember who I was for some reason. It was really weird.
That's funny that you said that, Meta, because I could hear someone go, "Did she call me Nana?" I heard somebody in the crowd go, "Nana?" I'm like, huh?
Not me.
It must be Mia's. See what Mia's Nana has to say.
She's very proud of her. She said you've grown a lot. She's very proud of you. She said she knows you had a rough life, and that Nana's always here, my precious one. Does she always call you precious? Well, she said you're precious.
Well, now you know, Mia, that she always thought that, even though she didn't say it. That was pretty sweet. That actually gave me chills.
Like I said, this whole life has been, it's always went another way. But this is cool because I've never known I had this ability to do this. It just came today, apparently.
You've always had it, Paul. You just haven't ever acknowledged it. You've been focused on something else. And so now it's time to flex that muscle.
Well, apparently.
We're just really happy that you're figuring it out.
I still have a Cindy here. I still have a Sarah. There's still a Cindy, a Sarah, and a Scott.
You need to now. So you said you've seen them. You've just never talked to them before. Now it's time to start talking to them. And if they're just hanging out around you, ask them why they're there.
I kind of feel like, you ever seen Sister Act where all the ghosts start talking at the same time? Not Sister Act, Ghost. Where
Ghost.
Patrick Swayze's trying to talk to her, and there's like a million ghosts around Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes.
That's kind of what's going on right now.
Make them line up or something.
they saw your light. They saw your light come on, and they all
Tell 'em-
came.
Ask them if there's anybody to talk to somebody in my room right now. Get in line first. Line up behind them. Tell me your name and why you're here. You're the boss.
Charlie. Charles. He's an interesting person. Does finding... Huh? Oh, thank you. Does finding have a short...
I think she meant blonde, short hair.
Does who have short blonde hair?
Well, that little boy that had blonde hair,
Yeah.
Ruth, there was like a 7-year-old blonde haired boy.
Oh.
It was all... Yeah, Cindy? Cindy is the blonde, yes. Sarah's got the dark hair, Cindy's got the blonde hair. Did she give you an item, Ruth? Yes, quite that. Did she give you a book? I mean, an item? She says she gave you an item. Oh, I don't know. She said there's an item. And I almost want to say it was a book. There was something about a book. I don't know. She's talking about a book. And she gave you an item. I don't know. Maybe somebody else has the item. But she said that she gave you an item. I don't know. And she is kind of funny. Huh. That's weird. You said you should have it. I don't know. But she's talking about the item. I don't know. Yeah, she got weird eyes. Ugh. Well, her message was around the item that she said something about she gave you an item or you got an item that was hers and she wanted you to hold that and remember her when you're feeling sad. That's what she's saying. It was meant for you. You were supposed to get an item, or she gave you an item. Maybe not. Maybe it's not something that was given to you on Earth. Maybe she gave it to you. She gave it to you in a spirit form. Maybe that. I don't know, but she's saying that she gave you an item and she wanted you to hold that. And when you're feeling that you're low, hold that and think of her because that will empower you. Maybe she guided you to an item or pointed you in that direction, but she's talking about an item. She's not really saying what it is. She said, hold it and remember her when you're at your weakest point. But yeah, that's an item. I don't know what it is. She won't tell me. She said I gave her something to remember me by. Who? What'd you say?
I was going to tell you that my ship is back tonight.
Of course they are.
And they've been making my head hurt all day. And it's like really, like my third eye is about to jump out of my head. It's just pounding. And when I talk to it, it just jumps around all over. But I don't know what they want.
It's reforming.
Reforming what? Me? Or my third eye is reforming? What's reforming?
Your third eye.
Oh man, it hurts.
Yeah. I've had that happen a couple of times.
What hurts, honey?
My third eye hurts.
Oh.
I was going to go somewhere today, and I got up and was, drank my shake and was doing my things and put my contacts in and was trying to put my makeup on and fix my hair. And my head, my whole third eye, it looked like it felt like I should have been able to see it pulsing. It was pulsing so
Did
hard.
that happen around 12 o'clock?
Yes. And I couldn't even finish getting ready. I just gave it up. And
It's them because I asked Ari, I was like, are you over there? She goes, yeah, we went over her house about 12 o'clock.
yeah, I've been feeling them. Tell her thanks a lot for that.
Anytime, dearie.
Could they make it not hurt so bad? I mean, I love them. I want them here. But my headache, the pulsating all kind of, it cleared up around 3:30 or 4, and it got better. And I finally ate something. But
I can
now,
tell them better. I talk to them all the time. I talk to the Palladians. I can tell them to slow it down for her.
yes, Mia, my right ear and down my neck, you know, where you saw it the other night. It just hurts. My but like the headache just now in the last 10 minutes came back to its previous intensity and is like I can hardly talk. So
She said it's part of the process.
I know. I'm sorry it has to be so painful.
She said, well, your human husk is not making it that easy.
Well, I know because I'm not healthy. Because I'm not as healthy as they want me to be. I understand that. I know that. I got that message very clearly. Day before yesterday, it was you gotta stop all the bad habits. You got to just give it up.
She's saying something about water and nuts.
Water and nuts?
I
Yeah.
need to drink more water and I need to consume more like almonds and pistachio,
Walnuts.
I think they told me. Walnuts? I didn't hear walnuts, but I did
Walnuts are brain food.
I did hear almonds and pistachios and what else did they say? Something else I heard them say, some other kind of nuts that we do have. We have them here. I'm just not real good about it.
She said it'll help you in your process. She said, Aria said it'll help you in your process because the water and nuts will help.
Okay. I will do my best to do better, but I'm just lazy. And I want to tell you, Mia, that what you did the last week helped tremendously. Thank you very much. It was very helpful. Mia, I don't think you guys knew that Mia did some energy work on me that night that they came and she really helped settle it down a lot.
I told them to slow it down. I said, slow it down, her whole body can't take it.
And my whole body is really. I'm trying. Okay, so like he's already planned our next trip. We're going to Virginia.
What for?
Well, he wanted to go to this resort, but it's a skiing resort. And I told him, I don't ski. I'm not going skiing, and I don't want to be driving in ice and snow in February or March.
Right.
So he said, okay.
Whale watching. That's best time to go watch whales with Suzanne at the Sea of Cortez.
So he decided that we'd go. We're gonna go. I think November the 7th or 8th, and
We're in Virginia.
I'll have to text it to you. I really don't remember. I'm like, okay.
Because I live right in Virginia.
I know, and I was going to ask you so we could see how far it was. But anyway, while I told him I'd be willing to go in the fall because I can walk around in the woods and, do some of my things while he hikes. That would be perfect for both of us. He could hike and I could do little nature walks and things like that. And then we decided we wanted to add to the end of the trip. Washington, D.C. is only about 150 miles from where we're going to be. So when we check out of the resort, we'll just drive to Washington, D.C. for 3 or 4 days. And he was talking about wanting to go to all the different museums, and it was an awful lot of walking, and it was going to take a lot of time. He said, what do you think about bicycles? I'm like, dude, you've known me like what, over 50 something years. Bicycles? I haven't even been on a bicycle. They're in the storage room. And he's,
3 hours and 30 minutes away from Washington.
are you? So you're pretty close to where we're going to be then. So
You know
anyway,
where Richmond is?
yeah, I'll look at it and I'll text
Yeah.
you and tell you exactly where it is. So he's telling me, well, we'll just rent e-bikes. I really think he has increased my life insurance behind my back, and he's just trying to do things. So we're gonna have to get the bicycles out now, and I'm gonna have to start figuring out if I can stay on a bicycle before we go. We only have it about 2 or 3 weeks, and my son-in-law is having his open heart surgery October 28th. So hopefully he'll be okay by the time we get ready to leave. But there's just a lot going on. My youngest is going to have surgery, and then her partner is having surgery, and then he wants to go on this trip. So I guess I'm going to have to just make up my mind that I have to be healthier. If I want all this to work, I have to be healthier. I just am not interested in eating. I don't really like to eat. Nothing really sounds good, and all his vegetarian stuff smells horrendous. I just get up and come outside and stay outside all day. Use my vibration plate twice a day. You okay, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
My table decided it wanted to.
Fall over?
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't even touch it. I wasn't even over there.
They're probably yelling at me because I'm whining.
Well, honey, that's something we absolutely do not have in common because I love to eat.
I do not like to eat. I don't like it. I don't like the way it smells. I don't like I used to love to eat. The way things taste, the way things smell, and I cook and I baked. I would spend all my spare time baking and cooking, and I'd spend my days off making meals for them for when I had to work, and I would eat. I loved to eat. And then when I had esophagitis and gastritis, I could not eat, and I lost close to 55 pounds. I was so thin that I had to just get new clothes. I was down to a size 6. And after that, food smells, looking at food, thinking about food, it just makes me sick. It makes me feel sick. I don't want to. I don't want to eat. I don't like to eat. I don't like the way things smell. And I would always have to use like some scent underneath my nose before I went into other people's houses, because if they were cooking things, I couldn't hardly stay there. Just like the smell of if they had breakfast, bacon and eggs, or if they were cooking dinner, whatever. And then I would come home and either Katie or Greg would be cooking, and I would have to turn around and go back outside. I just couldn't stand the smell. And I'm still like that. I drink a protein shake in the mornings when I get up. And so I've been making a deal with myself, trying to bribe myself. You can do this if you drink 1 bottle of water. So I bribed myself into drinking 3 or 4 bottles of water during the day, and that's about all I can make myself do. And I was kind of thinking today, might just be easier from the other side. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then he could find somebody that he could go hiking with, and I wouldn't have to worry about eating and drinking water. So
And
that's
getting
my
ready for
mood
that
today.
crystalline body.
For mold toxicity, no. They tested me for nearly everything else. I think it was just, I think Mia, something got turned off in my head when I got so sick. And then 5.5 years ago, or almost 6 years ago, I had necrotizing fasciitis with sepsis. And I came very, very close to just not being here. And I was in the hospital a little over 2 weeks and had IV antibiotics for 8 weeks, hyperbaric therapy for 2 weeks, which ruined my eyesight. You know, it pretty much, because they had to use such high levels of oxygen in the hyperbaric chamber, it really ruined my eyesight. And the wound, I had to have a wound back for 5 weeks after I came home. And I don't know. I don't know why I didn't cross the river then. I should have. But God told me it wasn't time yet, so I said okay. But I've just been struggling since then. It took me a long time to get my energy levels back to where I needed to be, and stop sleeping all the time. And now I can't hardly sleep at all. I go to bed at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning and wake up around 11. And that's about all. And then I think yesterday, or one of the days last week, I never know what day it is, I slept and slept and slept. I just slept through everything. That might have been Sunday. Because I know Robin tried to get in touch with me, and he had had a couple of lives I'd missed, and he was worried about me, and I was like, I was asleep. I just fell asleep and stayed asleep, which is very unusual for me. But
Sounds like me, honey.
I don't know.
Except when I stay up till 6 or 7, then I sleep till 6 or 7 at night the next day. I mean, the same.
That's about me.
I can't
I've been
sleep
doing that.
long. I can't stay in bed that long, I don't guess. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I've had the weirdest schedule just in the last 6 months. And then when I'm traveling with him, he goes to bed at 8:30, gets up at 4:30 or 5, and he's ready to rock and roll for the day. And I'm too sluggish. And I know it's my diet. I know it's...
You haven't gone to bed yet.
Right. I know it's because I don't exercise like I'm supposed to. I just walk around out here in the backyard or walk in the neighborhood. I do that. But I don't do what he does. He goes into the exercise room and he's in there for 2 or 3 hours doing treadmill, bike, weights, all the things. He's very disciplined. And I'm like, hey, I got my vibration plate. I'm happy. And I walk. But I don't know. I've just been in a weird mood the last 2 or 3 days. Not really interested in much.
Yesterday, I stayed off. I think yesterday, my days are messed up because of my weird sleeping, but I think I was in the live. Was it last night or the night before? And I just had so much trouble. I finally just put my phone down.
It was Sunday night. Sunday night, the live was terrible. Sunday night, it was reverberating and echoing and making weird noises. It was.
I was restarting so much the last time. I just put the phone down. Then yesterday, I might have glanced at TikTok, but it was like, I don't even want to get on TikTok today at all. And so I got Netflix on my laptop, and I just piddled around yesterday and did stuff. I didn't leave the house for like 3 days. Today I had physical therapy, so I had to.
One of those days, I don't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday, I had to force myself to get dressed and run 3 miles down the road to the Walgreens to get a couple things and come back. It was just all I could do to get dressed, get in the car, and go and come back.
I think it was Saturday, because you said Sunday you didn't want to do anything.
Mm-mm.
You said I spent all day in the house. I didn't feel like doing nothing.
And I don't stay inside the house. I'm always outside in the backyard. I don't stay inside the house very much at all. So, I don't know. I just sit in that rocking chair and stare at those trees and try to meditate, try to listen, except to my sister. And I'm not listening to her. She's bugging me to do something.
Every time I meditate, I fall asleep.
When I listen to frequencies, I end up falling asleep.
Me too.
And I kind of hate that because I like Katie's frequencies so much.
You still get it though.
Well, I hope so.
If you're still listening to it when you go to sleep, you'll still get it. It'll go in your brain.
Well, and I've been listening to a lot of Cryon, and his messages have been pretty on point of late. And even some of the older messages that I go back to, they resonate today,
Yeah.
And he puts me in a very thoughtful mood where I'm just thinking and wondering. It's a very strange time for all of us.
Did you hear Robin say that he would come help take care of my animals?
Well, no, that was the live I missed, and I was or one of them I missed, and I was so mad. But you texted me, and wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, well, if there is anyone that I would trust to take care of any of my animals, it would be that I would trust to be really sweet to my animals, it would be Robin.
Well, he would take good care of you, sister. I mean, that man is just amazing. He's so amazing.
Well, if he needs a place to live, I have an extra bedroom. But I haven't heard him saying he needs a place to live.
He's always looking for a place to live. He's
Okay, I might.
He lived with his dad there in Colorado for a while.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Well, I doubt if he'd really want to give up Colorado for Tulsa, but Graham did.
I don't.
You know what I saw today? I had to go pick up prescriptions. It was 66 degrees today in Tulsa. It felt amazing. And I got out of my Jeep and I doing my really slow walk into the store, and here comes this lady bebopping up with her puffy jacket on. It's like, are you kidding me? It's 66 degrees. Oh my God, full sun.
That's
I
funny.
mean, it's seriously though. I mean, it's not like it was 100 yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, it was in the 90s, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
still.
I was in Tulsa a couple months ago.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
What for?
After I left California, I went to Porter. I stopped off in Tulsa for a bit.
How long's a bit?
About a month.
Did you like it?
It was okay.
Did you go? Where'd you stay?
at a friend's house.
What part of
I
town
met
is it?
online. I don't really remember. I know it was in Tulsa. It was just on the outskirts. I can't remember the name of the damn town even.
Oh, it wasn't.
I know.
It was Broken Arrow. It was on the outskirts of Tulsa.
Yeah.
Okay. I live in Midtown Tulsa, right smack in the middle of Tulsa.
And then I lived in Porter at the I had an apartment in Porter.
Huh. I've never been to Porter.
It's the orange capital of Oklahoma.
You mean the peach capital?
Yeah, that's what a peach.
Yeah.
They're all the same. My best friend lived in Oklahoma City after she got married, and I would go up there and visit with her for a week at a time. I couldn't see much difference in Oklahoma City and where I lived, so it was kind of much the same.
Tulsa's really different than Oklahoma City. Tulsa's a lot greener, and it's hillier. Tulsa's a prettier city, in my opinion, but
I thought it was cold.
We've only driven through there. We've never actually, I don't know, we might have spent one night in Tulsa in our different trips going to Kansas back and forth.
did you say you thought it was cold, Brim?
Yeah, when I went, it was cold.
The weather
Yeah,
or the people?
The weather, because it was like, when did I come back from California? December?
Oh, okay. I thought you said a couple of months ago. I was like, it wasn't
It
cold.
was back in December.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was stranded over Christmas. He spent Christmas all by himself.
In Tulsa?
And he
I
was
spent-
still, you were still in California, though, weren't you, Paul, when you were at
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Mia, we leave our electronics in another room. Bugsy made sure that we adhere to that. I had been getting very lax with that, keeping it next to my bed.
Yeah.
He reminded us the other night that we must keep them in a different room. So I've been very careful to keep
How do you set an alarm?
Well, I have an alarm clock, and I never use it anymore.
Oh.
I'm retired, baby. I don't have anywhere to be.
Well, I know, me too, but I have to go to physical therapy, and I think when it's at 2 or 2:30 in the afternoon, I'd wake up. I slept through half of physical therapy on last Tuesday, so I missed physical therapy. And I slept through like 6 alarms.
I'll send you Greg. Would you like to have Greg?
Me?
Yeah, he'll wake you up.
Oh, your husband. It's like,
Yeah.
Who's Greg? Is he
Yeah.
cute?
He
Yeah,
is.
Oh
sure.
my.
He is cute, actually. He's pretty damn cute for an older guy. But yeah, no, he's very good at dragging me out of bed.
I'll go there and say, hey, wake up.
Yeah. There's my ex taught me the best way to wake me up is to just like put a hand on my bottom and rock
Oh,
back and forth. Just rock my hiney a little bit and I'll wake up.
My.
I have some pretty strong reactions, so he has learned to be very careful. And he sits very quietly beside me and just puts his hand on my shoulder and kind of rubs my shoulder until I wake up, because otherwise
Yeah,
I'm
see?
a little combative.
Yep, there you go. It's like just pat me on the hiney, I'll wake up.
Mhm.
Oh my.
Just be-
I ain't patting any
just be
heinies.
sweet.
That's funny. But he doesn't need. Hi, Hopi. He doesn't need an alarm clock.
Hi, guys.
He's
Hi,
got an
Hopi.
internal something that puts him to sleep and wakes him up. I mean, I don't know. He's always
on
been
a
that way.
he's on a schedule and he's staying on it. And I'm a
Yeah.
night owl that, I trained myself to go to bed and get up and go to work and come home and do my thing and go to
Yep.
bed, get up, go to work. And now, without having to be somewhere at 8 o'clock in the morning, I've resorted back to my natural tendencies. But the problem is the rest of society operates between 8 and 6 p.m., it seems like. So it's like trying to see Oliver is frickin' impossible because he goes to bed at like 6 p.m. and gets up at 6 a.m. And, he's getting home from school by the time I wake up. Or, it's like when I ask them, let's do dinner, like today I was hoping that they would do dinner with me because they do dinner. It would have been lunch for me, but for them it would have been their dinner. But it's like their dinner is like the first time I eat for the day.
Yeah.
So
I've been going down that same road.
Well, I got up at 4:30
You're going down that
every
same road?
morning. I was
Yeah.
up at 4:30 every morning for 30 odd years, and
yeah,
I'd go to bed at 8:30, 9 o'clock. I was up by 4:30 because I was, raising the kids, breastfeeding, working. I had to be to work at 6:15. I didn't get off until nearly 8, and it was time. I'd come home and run. I would run 5 to 6 miles every night, and then get a bath and go to bed, and get up and do it again. And when I started working at hospice, I didn't have to be to work until 8 o'clock. But I still couldn't break that habit. I was always there early, always, for sure on time. And then my patients didn't want me there at that time of day. And unless I used that time for travel, there was really no point in me getting up and moving around that early in the day. And I just got to where I started sleeping later. And then I quit traveling, so there was no reason for me to leave my house before 10. And it just drove the people at work crazy. But I'm like, do you want me to come there and just sit there and do what? Because people don't want to see you at that time of day unless, of course, they had something happen and they wanted to see you. But for just regular visits, nobody wanted you there, in the mornings. And a lot of my patients wanted me to come at 4. They were like me now. They weren't even awake until
come in the
2:30.
afternoon.
Yeah, so a lot of times
I don't know. When I'm sick though, it doesn't matter because it's all the same. Like when you're in the hospital or recovering from surgery,
yeah,
it doesn't matter what time, because you can only sleep. It's like you take all your meds and you're out, and then you wake up because you're in pain. You take your meds, you're out again. It's like people can come and go as they please during that time. Because although when I first got home from the hospital, they sent physical therapists to my house.
yeah.
I think she came 3 times a week, and she came at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Holy moly.
See, I was still on heavy pain. I was still on like oxycodone 10s and muscle. I was on heavy medication, and I managed to be awake early, and I would manage to get up, go to the bathroom, and unlock the front door. And she would always call, because I always told her to call, but to make sure I was awake. And if I didn't answer the phone, to keep calling until I did answer,
Yeah.
And so she would call, and I'd say, okay, the door's unlocked, just come on in. So Then, so I would wake up, I guess, on my own to go to the restroom and take my meds, and then she would just come in and then make me walk laps around my house.
Well, I know a lot of mine just wanted me to come later in the day, and there was whenever we had people that wanted to be seen late in the day, they would give those people to me. And I had a person whose son absolutely wanted to be there every time I came. And so they lived all the way across town, and he didn't want me there until 6 in the evening. So I would see the people on my side of town and then go to the south side of town and see people and then kind of just hang out until 6, until it was time to see them. And nobody else would take them because they weren't going to work after 5 unless they had to, you know. But I didn't care. I mean, I was out anyway, so once you're out and about, it's all the same to me. But anyway, now that I don't have to do anything or go anywhere, I'm pretty much just, mornings aren't my time anymore. It's just not for me. Being awake in the morning is not my happy place anymore.
Yeah, I don't like the mornings either, but I have to every day for school.
Yeah, the kids have to go to school so early anymore.
Yeah, my kid's bus comes at 7:25,
Oh my God.
so we're up at like 6:30 in the morning every day.
I don't.
Yeah, well, the junior high just got closed because he's going to be doing it remotely because they had it infested with mold.
Oh my gosh. How long are they going to be out?
Yeah, indefinitely right now.
That's going to be a huge project for them to clean all that out. Very expensive as well.
I guess so. Yeah. Well, they're doing a new school, right?
Is
I
Mia
think they're
leaving?
doing. I think they're building a new school, and I think they're just going to tear that one down.
Did Mia leave?
And River, thank you for the other day, darling.
You're welcome. I'm really glad that you got that. I love his readings. He's he's just the best.
He's my favorite reader. He is. I've gotten a couple from them, but I really needed that the other day. I hadn't had one from him in a long, long, long time.
Well,
And I wasn't on the feeling too the best, and he really helped me to kind of open my eyes a little bit. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And but I really needed it, and I wanted to say thank you. That was so kind of you. You know, you really gave me the best surprise of the day. You know.
Well, I figured that you could probably use it right now with everything going on in your life.
And you know what? From that point on, my day was magical. Do you want to know that, River? I got to tell you the truth. Like after that day, I came on here that night. You weren't here. I was going to thank you.
Oh,
I was telling Honey the other day in Brim that everywhere I went, I was just so loved. Like
good.
everybody was just saying how much they loved me and how much I meant. I don't know where it just came out of the blue. I was like, wow, you know, and made me realize. But I don't really think anything like, oh, you know, some people have a lot of stories and a lot of experiences, and I don't think I'm like, like so flashy. I don't know, but what I got was from everybody that I make them happy, and I make them smile, and they've had bad days, and they come in, and then when they have to, I'm there and stuff, they smile and they feel better, and that made me feel good, and just to realize that, I was important to people, it really felt great. And when you did that, it like brought something the rest of the day out, it was just a really positive day. And even though I didn't feel well physically, it made me feel well, so
What kind of
the
reading you got, man?
physicalness. What kind of reading was it? Oh, you know, you're talking to somebody else. Okay.
He's like, can you give me a reading? I'm like, what kind
Oh,
of
okay.
reading?
Well, I'll be quiet. I just wanted to tell you I love you and
That's
thank you for
wonderful,
that.
Vicky.
You're very welcome.
Yes.
I'm glad that that
I
turned into such a great day for you too.
hope you missed it earlier. I was talking to
Yeah.
good people.
What? Wow.
Ask
Brim, what
Honey.
is that in the middle? Is that a dragon in the middle of your desk right there?
Yeah, that's
A
Dragon
dragon
Head.
head? I
Yeah.
can't see it clear. It looks so beautiful. What color
It's
is
a
it really?
howlet.
Like,
It's a howlet.
oh, okay. Oh, it's beautiful then, I bet, huh?
Yeah. It was one of the first things I got when I came back here. What kind of reading, Batman?
Yeah, you got.
I need.
Oh my goodness.
You need clarification in your dad's situation in court. Um. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if it's going to be a good thing, but I'm getting cold. So to me, it's not going to go very well. I don't know why, but it's not going to go very well right now. Something has to change in order to make it get better. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this is pertaining to, but it's a really yeah, I don't think it's going to go very well unless he does something. I don't know what that means, but he has to do something in order for it to change. I don't know if that helps. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I got. He has to do something in order for it to change, otherwise it's not gonna be very good. I don't know what it's about. I don't know any of that, but that's what I was told, so I don't know if that helps you in any way. You're very welcome.
It sounds like he knows what it is that he needs to do.
Oh, if you want to come up, that's fine. I could probably get a better reading because, like I said before, when I'm trying to do readings, it's very hard to see when I don't see the picture of the person or I don't hear their voice. It's very hard to read somebody for me.
Hi guys, hi Brim.
Hello.
So yeah, I heard you do readings. I thought, I'd ask you, about his situation. He's, so basically he's, he's in court for his, house, and, the situation is his brother sort of, got the house some way, through doing something sneaky, and then he sold it to the other brother. So the situation is that my dad could go to trial for the house, but it seems like he might not win because his lawyer also dropped out. So I'm thinking the change you're saying might be that he needs a new lawyer. but the thing is, like, my dad is, he's like, a lot of people here on this app that are, not like, money hungry people, or just like, he's very forgiving and things like that. And so people used him for that, and his brothers also did the same. So yeah, I just wanted to get clarification. I think we did it. So yeah.
And what I get from this is, he seems like he's a very honorable man and a very caring man. He likes to help people, but he got screwed over. And that the feeling that I'm getting is it's not going to be very well because, well, now I got more clarification on it. It's not going to go very well because he got it in a area that whoever got the house was nefarious about it. And the change is probably before he probably would have been able to win, but if the lawyer dropped out, then I would advise getting another one before the trial, because that's gonna sway the decision, because the courts are not gonna listen, and I got the same kind of thing going on too a little, that the courts are not just gonna listen to a person; they want to listen to a lawyer. And if he doesn't have a lawyer to represent him, then he's kind of screwed.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks so much for your reading.
No problem.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Everybody's gone silent.
Tell me the topic again.
Oh, yeah, the topic. We've so swayed off that topic right now. The topic was going to be, what was it?
I don't know.
It was,
For some reason, I was expecting it to be fear, but you said it was something completely different. I don't know why I expected it to be about fear.
Predestination versus free
Yeah.
will.
yeah.
So, Batman, what's your dad's name?
Solomon.
Okay, so we will all say manifesting prayers for your dad, and you tell your dad, and you too, y'all sit and meditate
Okay.
for the highest energy you can get, and of course, make sure he gets a lawyer.
Yeah.
But we'll sit, all of us, in quiet meditation to try to manifest the best outcome for your dad, because that's not right.
Yeah. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, I will for sure do that when I meditate tonight, and just we'll meditate and pray for the best, highest light, because that's a very wrong thing for his parents to have done to him.
Yeah. Like, I know, we're all, spiritual beings. We're all like, on our own different paths. I think, maybe he chose this kind of path to test his family members, because they're all, they all could have been light bringers, or they could have been, positive people. Like, it doesn't make sense that he's this way, but while his other family members are the polar opposite, even though they share the same blood.
I had a sister that that did me that way
Mm-hmm.
with my father's possessions and his house and all that stuff. She went through absolutely everything before I got there, but I couldn't do anything about it because she was married to one of the best lawyers in our state,
Oh, wow.
and they would have kept, they knew I couldn't afford to fight them because he was free lawyer, plus he's a good one. But but my mother witnessed all of that and wrote my sister out of her will and made me executor. And believe me, my mother had better stuff than my father did. And my sister got none of it because of how she acted with my father.
I'm glad it kind of worked out for you. And then sorry about you not getting a part of your father's possessions.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, I got money that was intended for me because she couldn't control that. But, things are just things.
Yeah.
It's, and I, what I asked for of my dad's were towels because I could use more towels, I mean, and she wouldn't let me have them. So if that tells you anything at all.
Yeah, it's just sibling rivalry, I can't say the word. It's, sibling rivalry, I guess.
Yeah, and greed.
Greed, yeah.
Is your father a veteran by any chance?
No, but he always felt like the patriarch of the family because he immigrated here from Iran, and he sort of settled everybody, and that house he's fighting for is the house everybody moved to before they went on with their own lives. So everybody lived in that house, and it was
so it has a lot of sentimental value.
Yeah, it's he bought it in the 70s, so he had it for a while. And then when everybody settled, his parents stayed there until they transitioned, and so my dad lives there now, and his brothers, they're all like multimillionaires. They don't need that house, but for some reason they want to make him homeless, they said.
Well, that's horrible.
Yeah.
They want to make him homeless?
Yes.
Is what they want?
Yeah.
That's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I know, it's a weird situation. I don't have any siblings, so I don't know. I'm an only child, so I don't know why these things happen, but I guess like they do.
So was your dad a child when they immigrated here?
No, he was. He went to college in Oklahoma when he first immigrated. So
interesting.
Yeah, he was college age, and then
where in Oklahoma?
I think Oklahoma University.
Maybe University of Tulsa.
Is there Oklahoma University? I remember Oklahoma being in the title.
There's the University of Oklahoma in Norman.
That's it, probably. Yes.
Yeah, they call it OU, but it's the University of Oklahoma.
Wow, interesting.
And
it's I guess sometimes we choose the paths that we lead, and this is the path he chose because he wanted to help his siblings, and they're all well off. It's just that for some reason they don't want him to be well off. I don't know why.
And that kind of goes with the predestination. When we all come down here, we sign a contract.
Yeah, I kind of realized that.
Yeah, we sign a contract, and we know what our path's going to be when we're up there. But when we come down here, we forget what that path is. So we're living that life, that path we chose. So as we're going through life, everybody's like, well, why is this like this? Why is this like this? It's because you chose it. You predestined you predestined it, and that's where it leads into, you had the free will to choose that path. You chose that path. Now you have the free will to live that path that you chose.
But now we're in the ascension time, and the days of karma are finished, as
Right.
what I am hearing from multiple collectives as well as Cryon. The days of karma are done, and you can rewrite your contract now. You can
Yeah.
actually get out of whatever soul contract you made when you came here. You just have to talk to your guides and tell them, I want to do it. I want something different now. And you just have to get up every day and say, I want a different path. This is what I want now, and manifest it. Manifest that destiny for yourself.
Because that happened to me, because I was sitting in the bathroom and, doing my normal smoke the cigarettes in the bathroom thing. And I was yanked out of my body, and I had redone my contract because of what happened last year.
Right.
Because they told me that my path was already demolished because of what happened at the end of the year. It totally destroyed my path. So they pulled me up, and I had to redo another one.
Yeah.
And that was not being yanked up like that.
The last 2 years, all of the collectives have been talking, the people that channel have all been saying that time is over. And people need to realize that they don't have to live that predestined story any longer.
Right.
They can choose to have a new pathway. Karma doesn't count anymore. We're not here to learn. How did he say it, Crying? He said, we're not here to learn from that anymore. We used to use it as lessons for our learning. And so our soul sat up there and said, what do I want to learn in this life? Well, maybe he needed to learn, how to be humble or how to be kind in the face of adversity. Or perhaps he was not a nice person in a previous, and he was going to pay back some of that karma, But now it's not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like it's a time for new beginnings. Like even myself, I went through some situations in the past, recently, like in the past 4 or 5 years, and there's a lot of stuff that I learned that I didn't even, like, I just feel like I was reborn in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, what you're saying is dead on about getting over our karmas or finishing that whole chapter up, because it's like a new life. Even like I'm seeing things differently. It's
You have to raise that vibration, and it make it everything new.
Well, and yeah, we don't have to, as a paraphrase, we don't have to pay for our sins anymore. That's not how it works anymore. We don't have to make up for anything bad we did in the past. We've already done that. We're all good. We're all starting out fresh and new, and now what we need to learn is that we're all master manifestors. We're creators, and we can create whatever life we want to live, even if we do it day by day.
Right. And that was my message that they had given me, which talked about that too, We're the creators of our own universe, and we have that free will to choose to listen to others or listen to ourselves and go down the right path. We have free will to do anything we want. And
With no harm to others, always.
Yeah. Always.
My sister's husband just passed away Sunday. They were riding bikes and he had a heart attack and died.
Oh. Did he have short brown hair?
He had gray hair. He was 6'9".
No, he was a tall person, this one I've seen.
The one you've seen is big person?
Yeah, he's tall.
He's real big. I mean, it takes about 3 of me to make him, probably. He was maybe not that much. I don't know. He was huge.
He's a big man.
Yes.
Kind of reminds me of the Big Show.
The Big Show?
The guy from wrestling, the big guy.
Oh, I don't know that.
So maybe that's who that was, Suzanne. He was there to tell you he was fine.
Well, I know he's fine. I mean, I know that he's fine. They were campus crusaders.
Yeah.
So, I hope he got to meet Jesus. Because that's what he was. I would. When a Christian dies and expects to meet Jesus, will they meet Jesus first thing?
They'll meet whoever resonates with them.
Well, I would assume he's either expecting to see his parents or Jesus first.
Because when I had my NDEs, I had different
experiences.
It was different experiences, but they were almost somewhat related to the person. And I don't know who it is. It was just a woman. She appeared, and one of the times I asked, it's like, well, how come you always come so pleasant and kind? She goes, and she simply said, because this is what resonates with you. Because if you've seen the true power of an angel or something, it would scare you. So they come in forms that only that you can understand.
That's what Cryon has always said, is you'll see what you expect to see.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
That if you're, from the Middle East, you'll see whatever's over there, whatever you believe in. If you're from here and you want to see Jesus, that's what you'll see. If you're an atheist, you'll see something completely different. But eventually, everybody is kind of escorted through
where they're supposed to be
until they see the big picture, because they don't want to shock you with the whole big picture right away, I don't think.
Yeah.
They don't want to drop the nuke on you.
I expect when I die that I'm just going to have all my dogs running up, knocking me down, happy to see me, licking me all over, just happy to see Mom. And
you're going to be in a field.
Yeah, I'm going to have dogs. All my dogs are going to be happy. It's like, she's finally here. We've been asking you to hurry up.
Now there's
you're
no.
You're going to be in a field with long grass.
Yeah. And then my people will come, but my dogs will be there first.
Yeah, because they ran faster.
When my dog died, I had a couple days after I was really sad about that. So I had an urge to go outside, and so I went outside. I looked up, and there was a cloud in the shape of him. Outside, yeah, and I heard that sometimes our guides or whoever's in control of these things, they give us messages through the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so sweet.
Yeah, it made me feel a lot better knowing that there's some sort of divine power behind are transitioning.
Yeah. I just lost my best girl in June, my sassafras.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it was hard.
It's definitely hard, yeah. Like I even the other day I missed the hearing him bark.
Yeah.
For some reason it came to me that I miss his voice, his
Yeah. Like my daughter came over I live by myself now. My daughter was over the other day and she came walking down the hall and I burst into tears because it wasn't my dog, because I could always hear her little toenails on the wood floor and some sound my daughter made sounded like sassafras and I just burst into tears. So it's like, oh, you sounded like sass. And she's like, sorry to disappoint, but, it's just a weird thing.
Yeah. It's hard for sure. But sometimes like I had a few dogs and when I feel really sad about it, I sometimes I remember a dream the day after, and I remember meeting them again in the dream state. And there was one time that one of my pets was with someone. I don't know if they were an ET or a person. I feel like they were more the ET because I don't remember a lot of the dream, but I just remember the feeling of it, and I felt better afterwards, knowing that they could be with someone right now.
I know mine are having fun, and when Sass passed, I had 3 dogs and 2 cats at one time, and now, now I still have a cat. He's staying at my daughter's at the moment, but when Sass passed, they weren't really siblings, but I called them siblings. She had those 2 to look for, She was greeted by friends and family, so she's good. I know they're all having fun together.
Yeah, it's a feeling you get that they're okay, and I'm glad you know that as well.
Honey, Batman's voice really reminds me of Robin.
It sure does, doesn't it? I was going to say something, but I didn't.
I love your voice. I love your voice, Batman.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. My mom's sleeping, so I'm trying not to speak too loud.
Oh, but you have a real gentle quality to it.
Yeah, it reminds us of a very dear friend of ours.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, Yaya.
Hi, Yaya.
I want to hear about your reading. I already heard Hopi's. Where did Hopi go, by the way? Did I miss something?
Did you hear the reading? You heard the reading I got the other day, right?
I did hear your reading.
Holy moly Moses.
I know. That's why I keep telling you that you keep getting the same message.
That was an amazing reading.
And then I missed Hopi's and I missed Yaya's. But Robin called me and told me they were both amazing. And then Hopi told me about hers.
You heard mine though, right?
I haven't heard from Yaya. I didn't hear about what hers was.
Yaya, she might have logged in and then walked in the other room or something.
She may have. Anyway,
you envisioned a different future for me than I did, though.
I did?
Yeah. I don't remember what you said. Like I could do a hiking thing, and I was like, I'm thinking I'm thinking more like a dude ranch.
Either way, but when he was talking about it, I was thinking, first thing popped in my head was she could run an excursion company. You
Yeah.
wouldn't have to do the hiking. All
Yeah.
you have to do is the arranging.
Yeah.
You have the
Well,
knowledge.
I could do it in northern New Mexico. I mean, of course they already. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah,
God, I could do that in the Caribbean. Woohoo!
Costa Rica, sister.
There's all kinds of places. There's all kinds of ways that could go. But Robin would be happy to be a dude on the Dude Ranch.
He probably would.
Wonder if he's ever been around a horse.
I don't
Do you
know.
Yeah.
All the talk of the new earth, you know what I want. My picture of the earth is just so beautiful.
Yeah.
And what I want more than anything is to go talk to elephants. Elephants first, or the big animals. I want to be able to talk to animals. And I want two horses. In my head, what I've been envisioning is two horses because I want them to have friends. And lots of dogs. And of course, I'd have a few cats. But mostly, I want a couple of horses and a bunch of dogs. And then, of course, I might as well get goats.
Well, I'm kind of like Yaya. I'm picturing just walking around through the flowers and the trees, gathering up the pollen, and just shaking it off everywhere.
Well, I want to walk around. I just envision it being really pretty. Obviously, I want to travel. I want to see the earth. I've only seen so much so far, and I've seen quite a bit, really, compared to a lot of people. But there's a lot more to see.
Well, from what I can gather from this woman I listen to, she does people into past life and then goes into progressive lives, where she progresses them forward, and then they describe what they see. And that's kind of what all of these people are talking about, is that if you want to go somewhere, you just think about it and then you're there. If you want to see somebody, you think about them and they're with you.
But it's they thinking about somebody else.
That's kind of what happened when I get on the ships. I think about the ships and I end up there.
Yeah. I don't know how that, because I was thinking the same thing. Well, what if they're in the middle of something and you think about them and they're,
You can hop in the bathroom while they're in the tub.
Yeah,
Sorry, honey, didn't mean to interrupt your bubble bath.
Well, great. Then that means I'll be sitting in my tub all the time and honey will be popping in.
No, that won't happen. I will always call first.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Trust me, I will always call you first. But no, I was wondering that myself. When I was watching those videos, and the woman that she had progressed was talking about that, and I was wondering maybe if it had to do with the fact that we're all multi, and so maybe only a part of us goes to them, while the other part of us stays there doing the bath. I don't know. I mean, it was something to think about, and I did think about it for a long time that night.
Well, see, that's what happens when I do it. A lot of people are saying that I can astral project in my waking state, and I do that a lot, and I don't realize it until somebody pointed it out. That I could sit in this chair, or I could, be in a bathtub. The next thing I know, I'm like seeing things in their house or something. It's weird.
Well, you can come. You can come see my house. I mean, just knock or give me a call. I don't, and or if you don't see me, assume I'm in the bathtub and I'll be right out.
Right?
Don't be, don't
I don't
be,
want to walk in on that.
yeah, don't be looking around too much, you know. But anyway, it's very weird to me. I mean, it's just all extremely thought provoking to
Yeah.
wonder how it's all going to work.
Yeah, it's probably too much for us to comprehend right now.
Well, and that's kind of what I get when I listen to Cryon talk about it. And Bashir, he kind of touches on some of the same things, you know. And I think we're gonna understand that we're so multifaceted. And it's like I was listening to some of Dolores Cannon again today, and she's talking about how we are existing in multiple planes at the same time. We're living different lives right now. And I
That's
know,
kind of like I said with that message, remember?
yeah, one of my friends was telling me that I have a parallel life where in that life I'm actually married to my brother, which blew my mind, and I couldn't even be thinking about that for a while. That was like way too weird for me. I told her not to talk about it. We would talk about it later. It was just too weird, you know. And we did talk about it later on, and she was like, just get over it, sister. I mean, you're all soul family. You travel together.
Well, I mean, you know that, like, the sister I don't speak to, she was, you know, I've probably been her mother or vice versa. Or she sure thought she was my mother this time around.
Well, and I was my daughter's father in another lifetime, which is kind of strange to think on. But we all travel together and pretty much stick together and play different roles in
I'm going to
different.
tell you something you didn't know.
What?
Do you know who my daughter was in a past life? She knows this.
Ooh.
Your wife?
Gabby.
Oh, you know what? I think you told me. I think I knew that.
She knows that.
I think I did know that. I think when we were talking about it on Facebook Messenger one time. I remember that now. I was going to tell Batman, though, that I had this cat, and I absolutely adored this cat. I mean, he was like my life. My husband was jealous of the cat. And he ended up getting feline leukemia. And the vet was very young at the time, and he told me if I would let him do a study, he would treat him for free because he was working on the common denominator in human AIDS and feline leukemia and treatment for. So he did his treatment for free and cured him. And
Wow.
when we moved, he couldn't go in and out like he used to because we lived on a busier street. So he would go to I kept his litter box in the garage, and he would go to the back door, and now I'd let him in and out. Well, my husband got some cedar posts, and evidently they were treated, and we didn't know it, and he stored them in the garage. And I was pregnant at the time and got really sick, and the cat got really sick, and we couldn't figure it out. We were both having like asthma, and so we figured out it was the treated logs and moved them out of the garage, and I got better, but Smokey didn't. His asthma was terrible, and so he was on medications, and I'd have to give him breathing treatments and stuff. And I came home from work one day, and he was just pretty much almost gone. He'd had a pretty severe attack, and I was racing him to the veterinarian, and I didn't make it. And I just almost didn't recover from that. I was so devastated. And the only thing that got me through that was the baby, and he would sleep in the crook of my legs every single night because I sleep on my side. And he would get on the bed and sleep right there on the inside of where my legs were bent. And he came to me every single night, even after we moved here, until I got another cat. And it was a very long time before when I got Willow, when I adopted Willow, is when Smokey stopped coming to visit me every single night. He waited until he knew that I would be okay with another cat before he stopped coming. But I still feel him jump on the bed sometimes. He still comes every once in a while. But he came every single night for years until I finally got another cat. And that was the most comforting thing to me, to know that he was still around. And it is very devastating when you lose your pet like that. It's really hard.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah, cats are really great. I love cats.
Yeah, and I had Willow for 19 years. He was a rust Siamese. He was white with orange trim and big blue eyes that were kind of sort of crossed, not really all the way, and very vocal. And he would call my name. He would run around the house yelling, "Becky, Becky," until it just drove everybody nuts. But he would talk and talk and talk to me. And I understood mostly what he was saying. And I had him almost 20 years. So now I got Fat Rudy. The cat universe, they distribute cats. You know how they do? And so right before, when Willow was getting older, the cat distribution center dropped off Rudy on the patio by the back door when he was a baby. So they would make sure that I had another cat. And now I got a whole yard full of strays anyway. But yeah, that's free will, predestination. I know in Sunday school, I remember going through the Bible and them telling us that, God knows every hair on your head, and he knows everything that's going to happen in your life. And a lot of people would ask, then what's the point? What's the point of coming here if you have an absolute destination? If God knows everything you're going to do before you do it, and he knows how it's going to end, then what's the point? And I always wondered that too.
The point is,
what about the free will thing,
Yeah, the point is you have that free will, and you already know what your adventure is going to be. So the point is, when you're on that, you to learn and experience that life. That's why you're here to learn. You're here to learn and experience that life that you signed up for.
That's what I eventually learned. But, as a kid, that's not what they were teaching. They were teaching us that no matter what you did, it was our. And then I have really good friends that are missionaries, and he's become extremely evangelical. And he's decided that God already knows that there are only certain people are going to heaven and others just aren't. And he believes that no matter what kind of person you are, if you're not in that book, then you're not going to heaven.
I don't want to go to heaven anyway.
Well, I'm kind of like that one guy that had the NDE, and he was a complete atheist, a non-believer of anything. He thought whenever you went, it was just all black and you were done. But he said he visited multiple realms, and that in every realm, people were all doing completely different things. And the guide that was with him told him, people do what they expect. They see what they expect. And we just let them do their thing until they're ready to move on and start learning again. You know, so there were people who were in robes bowing before, Jesus on a throne. But that's all they were doing for eternity until they got ready to move on and actually see what was supposed to happen. And then there were other people who were, going through libraries and just reading and reading and reading. And then, other people were out in fields, twirling around with the butterflies and in the grass and the water and the horses and the dogs and the things. And then the way he explained, the person who was guiding him told him, people do what they want to do when they get here. And when they're ready, then they'll be, led to what they're supposed to be doing to continue their learning on this side. And he said if they're getting too comfy and not wanting to move on, they have to be nudged. Their guides will nudge them and say, this is enough. It's time for you to expand, is the word he used.
I've seen both places, up there and down there. And it's definitely not nice down there for sure. And also when my grandpa transitioned, he left with a guide. Before leaving, he came to see me, and then with his guide he left. So yeah, it's I guess
Pretty cool.
yeah, it's
Well,
good to know for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, and a lot of the NDEs, people will say they went to the other place. And the way that Cryon explains that is they see what they expect to see. If they were taught all their life that they were going to go to that other place, that's where they were expecting to go. Or, if they had maybe not been the best person and they were expecting that.
I didn't choose to go. It was just like a situation where I guess my astral state. I was in astral, and they used me for something. They needed my voice, I guess.
Again, that's in several things I've read and listened to, they do use lights and voices.
I heard my voice, but I remember looking down to see if my mouth was moving, and that's when it stopped. But it was already too late. I already, they used my voice. I didn't speak, but I heard my voice say something.
And perhaps you were there to help kind of wake them up out of their dream state because they were lingering in their...
I don't want to make this, I don't want to bring down the mood, but if you want, I could tell you what happened. If you want.
Please. Tell
Sure,
us.
okay, yeah. So I was guided by this lady. She had blonde hair. You could see her ribs because she was so skinny and she was naked, so you could see everything. But busty as well, up there. And she was guiding me, and the feeling I got from her was that she wasn't. She didn't have a soul. She didn't. Those fast food workers that are what do you want? They don't really care what you want, or they don't really care about anything. They're just doing their work. And she was just doing her work. She didn't care that I was helpless. And so she was guiding me to this cage, and the cage had, a demon in it. And the way they looked was very much like those gargoyle looking things in Lord of the Rings, but 1,000 times worse. you know, the ones that they dug up in that movie.
Mhm.
And I guess like she took me there to say something, even though I didn't move my mouth. I heard myself say, "I release you, you know, from this." So that's when he got out, and that's when the dream stopped, or the dreams, or the astral state. But in dreams, I don't really get feelings from other people in my dreams. Like, but in this situation, I knew how she felt, and it felt not like a dream.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a weird situation, but
So someone needed your help, though. I mean, to
yeah,
be
for sure, I
released from
guess.
that, you know, because I like, you know, I've read and heard different stories where they were kind of trapped in a hell-like situation, and they heard a voice or someone came to assist them, to help them, or they ended up working their way through that hellscape until they found a way out. You know, like in the Robin Williams movie, What Dreams May Come,
Mhm.
you know, and he was an artist. He and his wife were both artists, so they used the oil paints. That's why that movie was so colorful and swirly, like oil paints. And you know, she had unalived herself, so he went to save her because she thought she belonged there and wouldn't save herself from there. So he went to save her from there, and they were able to find their way out, something like that.
Okay. But I
That'd be weird.
definitely didn't like that I was being used without my permission. So it
Yeah.
was during, you know, the pandemic situation. So I guess my energy was low, or I was, yeah. But now I'm protecting my energy. I'm being vibrating as much as possible. And I told myself I'm not gonna let something like that happen again without my permission, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's also having, you know, like I've visited family members there. It's a good place for sure. I don't know, you know, exactly what happens to us after we transition, but I know like there was this situation where I did a good deed, and you know I just was trying to help a dog go back to their family, and I just got a feeling that, you know, I got sort of like a check mark from that deed. And so I guess these things add up, but that was the only time that I felt that somebody up there was looking and being like, okay, you did this, good job, you got a check mark, you know. You know, it was something like that, a situation like that for sure.
Well, I think we all, in our dreams, a lot of us, I think we do things in our dreams that are on the other side. And like you and Paul, when you astral travel, I think you do things. And I think more of us astral travel than we know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah, a lot of you do.
You know, because I remember waking up many times and feeling a little flip back into my belly button, like I woke up before I finished getting all the way in. Does that make sense?
Sometimes our higher self always astral travels, and sometimes they take us along with them.
Yeah.
This one time I went to a different planet even, and it was from what I read later on, it was Sirius A or B. I'm not sure which one, but it was it was a water planet, I guess, but I saw a lot of gold buildings, and I was in the atmosphere of it with other beings, and I felt the energy, and I saw a lot of I saw whales, dolphins, sharks, and they were all in the atmosphere. like gliding along with us. And I guess I wasn't ready for it because I tried waking myself up, and I did wake up. But in that situation, after thinking about it, I realized that our higher self astral travels a lot, and sometimes they take us along with them. And I guess in that moment, I wasn't ready. So
Yeah.
so I woke myself up basically.
And I've heard a lot of people say when they're astral traveling and they come across something that startles them, they get scared and they, plop back into their body. And then they think, wow, I should have just gone with the flow, but they didn't. And I mean, I don't know. I have dreams. I don't remember.
Yeah, we don't remember. Sometimes we're not ready for it.
Yeah. It's
We
a
don't
little
have-
scary sometimes, but I think we all go do things and work.
yeah, for sure.
We do our work in the night and do as many things as we can to help, as many as we can. And
Like I think about the situation with Commander and April, and when I think about it, I like my thought is that okay, April sees these things, but I think her higher self is the one giving her the reins, or April's higher self is like telling April, okay, I did my work, now it's your turn. You do your work, and that's why I think Commander doesn't remember when he astral travels, because his higher self is doing the work, and either his higher self doesn't want Commander to see, or maybe he thinks Commander isn't ready, or there must be some reason where April remembers and Commander doesn't. But I think our higher selves determine that, and that's why
I've seen them both on the ship. I've seen the commander on the ship before.
No, I'm sure he's been up there. It's just that
they don't let him remember because they don't think he's ready yet. And April has said that too.
I'm gonna say this, but the ship I seen him on was a different ship than April's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, there's a thing, but we can't discuss that on TikTok.
Yeah. Well,
I'll talk about it another time.
we all go, different. I think we all, like I said, we all live in different realities at all the same time. There's no time space. We're all existing in all these different existences all at once, because there's multiple soul fragments, and you've got your higher self, but as Cryon says, you also have your self that stays with you here, that already has everything that you need. You just have to learn to meld with that self in order to remember what it is and be able to communicate with your higher self. But then you also have a part of yourself that's living a completely different life in a completely different place, and maybe even in a different time frame, as far as linear, if we're going to think linear. But in reality, everything's happening all at once.
Yeah.
Because there's no time. So it's possible that we could be, in different situations at different times. We never know. I mean, we don't really know. We won't know until we actually get those memories back, or, we're there and not here. So it's just fascinating, to think about, and kind of mind-boggling a little bit.
There was a situation where I feel like I tapped into a different version of me. I overcame some things, and I chose the path of light than dark. And so after like a week, I felt like I was a different person. Like I wanted, I was more enthusiastic about life, and at the time my mom was dating a guy, and he wasn't a good guy, but I would be in my room most of the time. But when that situation happened, I felt like I could overcome his energy and that stuff. Like I didn't even I didn't even acknowledge him when I was in that state, and so I could feel like he didn't like that. But when I went through that situation, I just felt like I could overcome anything, and the only way I could explain it is that I tapped into a different version of me that became part of me for that time. Over time, I guess I went back to a little bit more of my previous state, but I always held that situation or that version of me, and I'm trying to figure out a way where I could be both.
Well, and I think we've all gone through we've jumped some major timelines, I think, especially in the last 6 or 8 months. We've all lost time or had changes in our personalities and outlooks that have been pretty dramatic, especially for me. And there's like I'm living in a whole different world. I'll wake up in a whole different world some days.
Yep, that's because you're raising your vibration.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Every vibrational shift shifts you into another reality.
Yeah. And we're getting ourselves closer and closer to that reality that we want to live in permanently. I think that's the ascension.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be more than one. There's going to be people who stay in a dimension where there's going to always be the same wars and not getting along and not nice people. And then there's going to be those that kind of move off into a more happier state. And then there's going to be those that move up even higher into a much higher vibrational state. Well, but it'll be like Dolores Cannon talks about. It'll be a split. There'll be people who remain in the 3D world, and then the rest of us will ascend into higher frequency experiences. But we'll still be on Earth, but not their Earth. And those people we just eventually won't see. Like with your mom's friend, you just got to where you didn't see him anymore because he didn't exist for you anymore. You used your will to just push him out of your existence.
Yes, different dimensions. When you pass on, and if you're in that vibration, you go to a different reality dimension, whatever you want to call it. You go to like the 5D, the 4D, the 3D, the 1D if you devolve, which you can do that. A lot of people talk about ascending. They don't talk about descending. And a lot of people can do that. But, it goes all the way from 1 to 7. Whatever frequency you are when you pass on, that's where you go.
Well, and I think it's going to happen, though, now that we're right on this time of ascension. I don't think we're going to have to pass on to get there. I think we're just going to move into a whole different reality. And then those people that aren't ready yet, we just won't exist for them anymore, and they won't exist
That was the
for
old
us.
way. Like I was saying, that was the old way. Now it's a new way where we're just going to automatically go there in our human forms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, when I try to be high vibrating around negative people, I feel like it takes a lot of energy out of me even to be in that state. But back then when I went through that, it didn't take any energy to be in that state. I just was in that state, but right now it takes a toll on my energy if I want to be high vibrating. But I do hope that there's a way where we could all be like that and not have to deal with the negative energies around us.
And eventually we will. I mean, eventually. And those people who choose not to ascend any higher than they are, that's their choice. That's the free will. And they will eventually work their way up. They may have to cycle through a few more lives to get to where we're going, hopefully. But they will eventually. And from what I understand, listening to Cryon and Bashir and the Nines, and listening to Suzanne Geisman channels Jesus. And from what I understand, there will be those souls who just don't and won't. And eventually those souls will just stay dark until they just kind of curl up and don't exist anymore. They'll go through all the cycles, but they're not learning anything from it. And they are, because they're choosing not to learn anything from it. And eventually their souls just are so dark that they just don't exist anymore. Unfortunately, but from what Sanya and Cryon both have been saying, that's very few. Most souls will continue to ascend. We're just all doing it at different times and different levels. We're not any of us on the same timeline. We're all doing it in our own time, in our own space dimension, and we are where we're supposed to be for the most part. And then there's those that just aren't learning. Like my higher self told me that I had lived several lives where I kept taking the medicine, but I never got better. And I finally had to break out of that cycle to where I could finally start growing again, because I was kind of in a stagnant period in my soul growth, where I was just living lives, but not really making much progress.
This is a little off topic, but something I've noticed recently, and I keep meaning to ask y'all about it. And maybe it's the whole community in general, but it seems to me that at least in the spiritual community on TikTok, it seems to me like a really high percentage of us are ADHD.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about that. And a lot of children coming in are autistic, because it's such a struggle. You come in with more memories, and so it's harder for you to adjust to the density of the energies of life here on Earth.
Well, Oliver, my grandson, is 4, and he has, I don't think I've ever seen a being with that much energy inside them.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like he hits the ground running and doesn't stop, and then he says, "Okay, it's bedtime," and crash and he's out.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how he's going to do school. And I guess he had a little report the other day that he's just an absolute delight. And it's like, oh, I'm just tickled silly. But
Well, my granddaughter's the same way, and she's doing fine. Her daycare people just talk about how amazing she is, but we can't keep up with her.
oh, Graham can, but Graham is just solid muscle, and Oliver is solid muscle, and Graham can pick him up with one arm and twirl him around and spin him, and And it's like, okay, be gentle with me, okay?
Mhm. Yeah, you just have to make sure that they're learning, that they're not bored.
Oh,
You know.
he is amazing.
But there is a lot of validity to that a lot of people are are on the spectrum. The more spiritual people are more on the spectrum
Yeah,
than the rest.
it seems to
And
be.
a lot of it has to do with dealing with the energies. Like Robin, he came in with full memories, and it was so difficult for him psychologically.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so that's what made his life so hard, was that he had these memories and he wasn't quite sure what all to do with it. But he had a lot of strong women in his family that understood and validated him and helped him get through. But he was pretty much a psychological mess for a long time, thinking he didn't want to be here, you know, and he's gone the whole different routes of medication in the hospital trying to get treatment.
I want to adopt him. I mean, it's like I want to mother him.
I know.
I don't even know how old he is, but it's like, can I be your mother?
He's 40. He's 41. He just turned 41.
He's just so precious.
But again, it's like you said, he in the real world, it's very difficult for him to function.
I bet.
But he did have an amazing career.
I bet he got bullied in school.
Yes, but he had an amazing career as a dancer and a choreographer.
I'm not surprised.
And then he ended up sabotaging that himself, and he knows it. And then he went through his schooling to be a preschool teacher, and that worked for a little while. But functioning in society is very difficult for a lot of people that come in with memories.
Graham couldn't do school at all. I mean, he did. No, never mind. We don't need to go there.
Yeah, but I mean, I believe that a lot of, because you look at some of the autistic kids who can't do like regular school or regular society, but they're brilliant.
That's what I was going to say about Graham is when in the 4th grade, one of his good friends was raped and murdered. Probably shouldn't have said that. Essayed and
Unalive.
Entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, so sorry. And it was a girl that we'd known since they started school together, and she lived about a block and a half from us. And that was obviously a really horrible thing for the neighborhood, for the school, for his class. And somehow they made it through the school year. And then Graham got bit by a tick, had the bullseye pattern. I took him to the doctor right away. Like the next day. And they treated him. They put him on antibiotics for 2 weeks. And later, because I researched, I finally found that he should have been treated with antibiotics for a minimum of 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But he only got 2 weeks. Well, then he got gastroparesis from it. Obviously, he had Lyme's disease.
Yeah.
He had gastroparesis. He went back he got into the hardest middle school to get into. He got in, but he didn't make it past the first week because he was in the nurse's office the whole time. Came back home. Oh, he did the 5th grade online, or he did part of it in school and the rest online. And then 6th grade was a wash. He was just so sick. And then he got his GED. He never stepped foot in a high school. So he only really made it through the 5th grade and then got his GED. And he's as smart as he's really smart in the things that he's interested in.
Yeah.
And like we would go to parties, you know, where we would take our kids and stuff. And Graham would be off having conversations with men, and I'd walk up and see what they're talking about. And it was like really advanced economic stuff they were talking about. And later I was like, Graham, how did you know all that stuff? Because Graham was as educated as any one of those grown men on the subject. And I said, Graham, how did you know all that? And he goes, oh, I listen to podcasts. He used to listen to podcasts all the time.
Wow. And you know, I think we're getting to a point in society where we're going to have to recognize that traditional is just not going to be how it is.
Especially if things can go the way they're going, especially in Oklahoma right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not good.
No.
That situation is not good.
Not at all. And I would, if things continue like that, I would encourage Graham. And I was real tempted to already talk to them about homeschooling, and offering to help with that if needed. But I think with his activity level, and I think it'd be really hard to homeschool him because he's so used to what being home means that maybe it's good for, you know, if nothing else, school is, you need school for making friends.
Yeah, you have to socialize now.
Look at how hard it is for us as adults to make, I mean, with the internet, I've made friends. I have friends because of the internet. You know, otherwise, the friends that I've made, I didn't grow up here. I moved here as an adult, and then had a family. And the friends I made were like my kids' friends and their parents. And now that my kids are grown, I'm not in touch with, you know, there's a couple of them that I could call up or something, but, you know, everybody's coupled up and I'm not. So it's like even with my Jeep club, I joined the Jeep club, I made friends, but it's like they were all couples. Yeah. And once Graham quit going with me, it's like, you know, and then they do weekends away and everybody go in on renting a cabin and it would be a blast, but it's like, I'm not going to be the only single person there. You know, that would just suck. So, you know, going off road with them as couple, you know, what's so funny was I was always the one that was so prepared. Like we were going out. Never mind. We're way off topic. I'm sorry.
You're fine. And, you know, and we're all feeling that, but, you know, that's, you know, Cryon made he made a point in one of his videos that I listened to this past weekend was that, you know, again, we were talking about how only certain things were presented to us at certain times, inventions and important things that happened in our history, you know, such as even the not so nice things that came along. They came along at that specific time to serve a specific purpose. And he was saying that the pandemic came in order for us to go within, for us to isolate and be away and spend more time with ourselves so that we could awaken and raise that vibration and get that percentage of enlightenment up to the point it needed to be for this to all happen at this particular time. So these things There are some things that are predetermined, he said. You know, there's certain things that the universe, that source gives us at specific times in order for us to learn a specific lesson at that time to advance us in our ascension. So the pandemic, people became more isolated, had to spend more time on their own, but then they got on social media, especially TikTok, found each other and other people to talk to about the same subjects, and that's when a lot of spiritual groups came into place. You know, a lot of different soul families and different ideations, and we had groups to share our ideas with and to help us understand what it is we were going through.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to say besides about the ADHD stuff was that, God damn, I'm having a hard time keeping a thought in my head. Probably be a good time to meditate since I can't carry a thought. But I got my phenokite today. It's really pretty, but it's very tiny and it's wrapped in wire, so I don't think I can even touch it. So I don't know. Maybe it's high vibration will come through the.
It should come. Actually, is it copper wire?
It's sterling wire.
Well,
I've always heard you don't want your crystals to touch metal, though. So it's a real pretty necklace, but I think I want a piece that I can hold. And it's supposed to be a super high vibration crystal.
you should still be able to connect with it. Have you held it and talked to it?
No, not really, not yet.
We'll do that when you meditate tonight.
Okay.
See if it'll talk to you.
And my
Well,
whatchamacallit,
your Moldavite?
yeah, my Moldavite. I haven't taken it out of the plastic yet. It's so small, and my house is, I don't have a clear I guess if I don't know. It is so small, I'm afraid I'm going to lose it if
I keep mine in a tiny little box. I got a box that has some like foam in it, and I keep it in there all the
I've got
time.
lots of boxes. I've got lots of little boxes.
Yeah. Just put it in there with like some cotton or some foam or something that'll keep it safe.
I
But
guess this is measured by weight, and mine is 0.3 to 0.4.
yeah. Well, you don't need much Moldavite for sure.
It's the size. It's about the size of my pinky fingernail.
Yeah.
Which I have really small hands, so it's not.
Well, most people don't use big. I mean, I've heard of people that have pretty good size Moldavite, but I know I couldn't handle it.
I would imagine that it doesn't take much.
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's like I certainly don't want to hold a boulder of it. Alexa answered my question regarding UFO objects over
I
West.
have a bunch of it, but all of it's away from me except for my ring. And my ring has a stone of moldavite, a stone of a herkimer, and a stone of a meteorite. It's like a triple ring.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wear daily for my crystals and my little bag, my little pouch in my bra.
Yeah, I have a little.
And
pack.
in my bra, there's another little piece of moldavite, aquamarine, a little Lemurian crystal, what else do I got in there? Kyanite, blue kyanite, indigo kyanite,
Yeah.
a piece of meteorite, Libyan sand glass.
Those are all kind
What
of
else did
strong.
we? Yeah, well, I'm a strong woman.
You are. You
There's
are.
You must be carrying all that around.
more in there. I can't even. There's more in here in this little pouch.
Oh
I got a
my.
little amethyst in there, Super 7 amethyst. Apophyllite. They're all little pieces. It's just the little pieces in the pouch, like my little mixed bag, you know.
Hmm.
But that's my pouch, and
What is Grim talking about?
I hear growling.
It's Grim. What's he
We,
upset?
what's up, Brim?
we lost Batman.
We did. Dahlia came up, but she went right down.
Well, Fennecate's a new one to me. I was listening to you. What is Fennecate?
Phenocite? What? Were you talking to me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's Phenacita. I mean, Cite. So I don't know if it's phenocite or phenocite. Phenocite, maybe.
I think it's Phenecate.
And it's a very high. It's a real pretty crystal. It's clear.
It sounds like you said penis site.
Genocide.
Phenacite.
I got some penis site.
They say it's a very high vibration crystal.
Yeah.
You clear your chakras with it. It's good for rapid growth. It's.
Grim.
I'll let you borrow it. Well, maybe not. You might need to get your own piece, Brim.
Yeah, we'll all have to get our own.
Yeah. I've got a small
A
piece of that.
phenocite.
Just a small marble size piece of
What's
that.
it look like? What color is it?
It looks kind of like quartz, like clear quartz.
Mm-hmm.
It's real pretty, and I've seen a couple of pictures of it that looks like it's got rainbows in it. It's real pretty.
You can see things in it when you're meditating.
And it's not cheap either.
Right.
And I have a really tiny one I mean, honestly, it seems almost too. It's a real pretty. Oh, damn! This damn thing doesn't work. I swear, TikTok has been really shitty lately. I don't think it's us. I think it's TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
I need it made so bad.
What is Grim so upset about?
Is he upset?
Oh.
I hear him growling.
No.
He's rumbling and growling about something. I don't know.
I don't know. It's a dragon.
Yeah. Well, it's
I'll
interesting.
send you a picture of my necklace.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have way too many crystals. I don't need. I'm crystal poor. I just have so many. And I have lots of little tiny pieces too, and those little bitty tiny stoppered bottles.
Yeah.
I got them in bags to put in those little bottles.
But it seems like people said, like, I got a little baggie of chips today, and it's like, I don't even know what they are. One of them looks like it might be ocean jasper. It's really small. And then the rest just look like agate. But
Did they not label them for you?
no. And people usually don't when they send they're just little extras to toss in, but they're just chips. So, you know, like I said, one looks like it could be ocean jasper, but I don't know for sure. And then the rest, I think, are just
Jasper's red.
ocean jasper's not red.
Oh, ocean Jasper's are green and red, green and black. Ain't it?
No, it's varied.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're different colors.
Yeah, they come in different ones. Usually, if they send me an extra gift, one of those little bag of chips, they'll at least have a thing on it that says.
I've never I've never had those labeled, but
Calligraphy Jasper.
what?
Calligraphy Jasper.
I've never seen that. I love ocean jasper.
So cool. I have 2 little things I'm going to be getting. They're little animals.
I can.
Calligraphy Jasper. They're cool.
I think my sea glass necklace is probably one of the prettiest ones I've seen. It's really pretty.
I want a bigger piece of phenotite, but what I'm planning on doing is meditating with the phenotite on my third eye.
Yeah.
See how you feel with the little ones before you go get more, because that might be just enough.
Yeah.
Well, but it's in this little wire cage. I don't know. Maybe this is. I don't know. I'd kind of like to have at least I don't know. I probably can't afford a tumble. I don't even know if they tumble these. It's so pretty though.
Well, I do have some crystals in those little wire cages too. The sterling silver. And I wear them. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that I can get the full benefit of the crystal with it being in the cage. And will it cleanse on top of selenite okay, being in this silver?
It should.
Yes.
Because it won't.
It enhances it.
What? You unwrap it?
Do what?
You unwrap those? I don't know if it's not none of mine.
Well, yeah, I opened it and just put the necklace on. I haven't cleansed it yet or anything.
Some metals actually enhance the stone.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was
Like gold
saying
and
copper or silver.
I may not. I'm not. I might have to hold the selenite while I'm wearing the necklace. I can't. I'm probably gonna have to have Emily take it off of me. It's on a ball chain, but the clasp is so tight. I had a really hard time getting it open and a hard time closing it.
Yeah.
And it's only 20-inch, so it's not like I can pull it out far enough to see it, and I can't just pull it off my head either.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyway, it's really pretty. It's just well, that's good news that I can cleanse it inside it in this little cage.
Yeah, just put your selenite stick underneath it. And,
I will. I'll just
let
right now I've got a bunch of selenite in the other room, but I don't want to go in there. And then I also but I've got
we can barely hear you, Hope.
I've got 7 selenite sticks bundled together that I put my bracelets around it to cleanse my bracelets.
Yeah.
And then, and right now, and so they're standing up on end like a tree with bracelets around it. And then I've got my moldavite sitting on top of it right now.
So it's cleansing.
Yeah.
Well, what you'll have to do is you'll have to develop a relationship with it.
Yeah, I will.
Meditate. That's what nearly killed me though, was, I spent an entire night with it and it was wow,
Well, it's so small. I'm gonna take it off before. I'm not gonna allow myself to fall asleep with it on my third eye because I'll turn and lose it, and
Yeah.
it's too expensive to lose it. I don't remember what I paid for this. I'll have to look it up. But it's a shard. You know, it's
You paid more than $50 for it.
I paid more than $50 for my necklace, but
The Moldavite you didn't?
no.
That's what I paid for my little piece of Moldavite. The one that came
You were
with
lucky.
the certificate.
What?
I paid $85 for mine.
Wow.
Yeah, but your piece is big.
Yeah, yours is a little bigger than mine.
Mine is tiny, you guys. Mine is smaller than my pinky fingernail.
I know, mine is too. And I paid $50 for it.
Well, all right. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look right now and see what I paid for it.
It's very expensive.
I know it is. Let me go see what I paid for mine. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hopi, I can barely hear you.
That was the problem the other day.
We couldn't hear her.
Oh no, I just got new headphones too. You guys can't hear me on them?
Now we
I can hear you
can.
now.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I paid 85 for my first piece of Moldavite too.
Yeah, and they're very. I mean, I looked for a long time before I found a piece that was big enough that I thought was worth spending that amount of money on. You know, but it was
It was
over
funny because
a little over
all the stores
$50.
around here in half of Virginia did not have a damn Moldavite.
Can you hear me?
One of the country.
Yeah, we
I
can hear you.
paid $26 for mine.
Wow, you did good.
I guess it's a tiny piece.
Did it come with a certificate?
No. But I've seen pictures of what well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't see it very good. I need a brighter light to look at these dimples in it. I've seen pictures of what fake Moldavite looked like.
Uh-huh.
You know, because like the dimples in it are like evenly spaced kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was very impressed. I saw a Chinese girl, she was on her live the other day, and she was selling Moldavite, and she had a fake piece and a real piece,
Yeah,
and she was showing a demonstration to let everybody know the difference.
yeah,
I'm like, that's so cool she's doing that, you know what I mean?
Yes.
right.
Because that way, it gets the people to trust her,
Yeah,
She's like, and she was showing them all, like, this is what a real one and this is what a fake one,
yeah,
Well,
She
and
said the bubbles are different in them.
yeah.
people need to know that because they get ripped off a lot.
And the fake one picture I saw, it's like, you know how on the golf ball the dimples are perfectly spaced? Well, on the fake Moldavite, it's got, perfectly placed dimples.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I need to put a bright light on mine. Based on what I can see, I think it's real.
Yeah.
If it's not,
And I'm confident in mine because the guy that I bought all my bigger pieces from went and got them himself. He went to the actual dig site. He went to the Moldavite Museum.
Wow.
Some of them are actually Moldavite Museum cases.
Yeah.
So they're certified with a sticker in these little things you can, And some of them came with the real certificate. Like one of them came with the real certificate, a big one. But he went and got them personally, and I know they're real.
Yeah.
This
And
lady
the two little ones, I have, the ring and my little pendant one, came from reputable places too. So
Well, I know the lady I bought mine from, she and her husband both went overseas and picked out their pieces and brought them back. And it was in a case with a certificate. So I knew that it was real,
Yes, because you can't duplicate because it's there. The certificates have a certain sticker on them or something.
Yeah, some. She explained it all. I was like, okay,
Yeah, it's like a holographic sticker that you can't duplicate.
yeah. Anyway, I trusted her,
That's
and
what
it
I'm saying. I
worked.
mean, you learn to who you can trust and who you can't.
Well, I know it worked. It worked on me because yeah, it was pretty strong.
Well, my work, 'cause my life's up in Evo right now with the moving and all that, so it totally did me.
Yeah.
you know,
Have you found a
that's not the
place
kind
yet?
of upheaval I wanted, but I got it anyways.
Yeah,
But it's all right. No, but it's all right. I still got a month and a half. I'll find something.
yeah,
So tomorrow I'm gonna spend the whole day online again.
yeah,
Doing my house search. I do it like every other day. I can't do it every single day because I go crazy.
yeah.
So like every other day I go on, I sit for at least like 3 to 4 hours writing down numbers and this and that, and then I call them all, and. So
Well, I'm confident you're going to find the place that you're meant to find.
I will. I will. I know I will. So that's all I got to think of. It's gonna happen. The right one's gonna come.
Yeah. Well, and what was it, Robin, that told you the place you find is going to be the place is yours, is like your place? Or was it someone else?
Brim said I'll have a temporary place and then I'll get my next place. It'll be
Your
mine.
forever place.
Yes.
Yeah.
And other people I trust, who have good intuition and good, whatever. I mean, even you. I mean, everybody says it. It's gonna happen, and I know it's gonna. So I believe that. I know that. So I'm just gonna keep knowing it. I'm not even just believing it. I know I will.
Yeah, just picture it in your mind and hold that picture.
I do every night. I look at say it to myself and what I want and how. So even if it's almost like it, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
So I can
Well,
have 3 bedrooms, at least 3 bedrooms, 3 to 4 bedrooms. I'm hoping for 4 with a yard. I'm good with a roof over it that's sturdy. I'm all good.
yeah. Well, if you're going to manifest hope, manifest for the best.
Yeah. So in my nightly thing, it's a 4 bedroom house, a ranch style, no stairs, all one floor with a big backyard. And that's what I asked for. That's what I'm manifesting.
Good. Good. Well, and
There's a house down the corner. I wish I could buy it, but I don't have money to buy. I only have money to rent, and it's kind of sucks because the house down the corner, I feel like it's meant to be mine. Like it's calling to me. I don't know why. And the weird thing is, somebody told me your house is white with green shutters, and this house happens to be white with green shutters. And
maybe they'll change their mind and lease it.
I seen you in a white house, but I couldn't see the shutters.
They could change their mind if they don't get a buyer.
I want to on the house.
If they don't get a buyer, they might make a deal with you about renting.
I don't know what they're doing with it though. Right now, it's been empty right now because they had a raid in it or something like 6 months ago, and it's been empty ever since. And now it's just sitting there, and I can't find out any information on it.
Go to the clerk. Or whoever. There's somebody in the town you go to.
Yeah, they have a record. You can look it up. That's what we
You
do.
can also go online.
Yeah, Lindsay Ann was looking at a house down the street from us, and the person had passed on, and I guess the relatives were trying to figure out what to do with it, and it just had a sign on the door that said they were under a rental property management group from Florida, It was all only information we could find. So she went into the county clerk records and found it. It showed everything. It showed a floor plan and pictures and everything in there.
What you could do is
Wow.
type it online, type the address online, and then it'll show you the property value, who owns the house.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow.
yeah. Because you never know. You never know.
That's true. It's true. And it's just perfect because it does have a yard, and it's 2 floors, but the first floor is like the main, so I can deal with that. And there's even a big, huge like garage thing in the back, which would be perfect for my man. You know.
Mm. Well, you could use the upstairs room as like a playroom or a guest area.
Well, upstairs is the main area, like the bedrooms and the house, I believe was the main living area.
Oh,
So the downstairs would be like extra. You know what I mean?
oh, okay.
So you know what I mean? So I could use that for extra area. You know?
Yeah. Well, ours is all one floor, and then we have a half story. It's about an 800 square foot area up there, bigger than our first apartment. But that's where the kids stay when they come.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not climbing upstairs. I put them a vacuum cleaner up there and all the cleaning supplies they could ever need or want, and it's theirs, and they can just take care of it. Which
Well,
they
it's getting late. I think we gotta call it a night. I'm getting tired. And I'm trying not to pass out here.
well, my headache is so much better. Say thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I thought I was gonna pass out.
Mm. Well, I love you all. I'm glad I got to come on and say thank you again, River. And good night, Bram. Everybody have sweet magical dreams.
We
You
will.
too.
You're welcome. Thanks, everybody. I love you guys.
Love you.
Thank you.
See you
Have a good
later.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Want to be.